What up, Jadu? How you doing, dude? By the way, sorry I didn't send you anything yesterday. I was just pretty tired after stream, but I'll get on it at some point this weekend, if not today during stream, because I think I could give you some feedback based off of the older thing. If you're up to it, obviously, you know, you had concerns. I don't think I'm gonna use the more explicit version, but you get the idea. Okay. What was I doing? I gotta run ads before I forget. I always do. I always forget. What up, Otter? How you doing? Let me just run those real quick. Was that Zelda? Oh, it's an Ori emote. Huh. How are you guys doing today? How's my audio? Anything weird? I'm always like paranoid. Sometimes I get into calls and people are like, you sound like a robot. So I'm doing great. About to go run errands. Just stopping by to say hello and keep my streak. You sound fine. Thank you. Go do your errands. Alright, what was I gonna do today? Fine, see ya. What do you mean? You just say you're gonna go do errands. See ya. All's good, bro. No robot sounding voice. Thank you. Seville Smash. Isn't it Seville Smash? 69,420? Maybe it's 69,420. Or is it, for whatever reason, maybe it's because I'm a millennial, whenever I read, like, S-ville, in my brain, it reads it like Smallville. Like, the S is just, like, abbreviated for a whole word, because I'm just fucking old, dude, but... Speaking of streaking, damn! Holy shit. Like the Cadillac? Seville? The Coupe de Ville? Hell yeah, dog. Well, how you doing, Seville? Do you play Smash, or do you just... Is it like a Hulk Smash scenario? Like Seville Smash? That's not a G-pen right now. Hi, buddy. I did not like you. Smash Brothers? Hell yeah, dude. I'm a fucking Melee head, so... I fucks with that. I played a lot of Slippy for a while. I used to love playing it on the N64. Dope. I used to compete back in the day. Not very well, but still. Okay, are the ads almost done? I think the ads are done in 20 seconds. I'm gonna get my Discord notification ready, and then we're gonna get the show on the road, baby. Two, one, alright. Ikuzo. Jadu, do you want me to go over your thing now? Just out of curiosity. This looks so good! Thanks! What up, Ruby? How you doing? It's just a bunch of, like, exploration shit right now. We're just doing whatever. Snack! What up, Symphony? How you doing, dog? Sure, give me a second. Let me send you a slightly updated version. Okay, close on, if possible, because I will bring it up on stream, but I don't think it's going to offend anybody, so it should be fine. Still got GoldenEye 2. That title changed the game with FPS. Bro, GoldenEye is so dope. I feel like that game still lives up to its, like, hype today. And the fucking, like, OST is just, like, just so goated. And I'm Japanesey. Japanesey sounds like a slur, dude. I know it's not, but I think I'm Japanesey sounds so weird. Nox, how you doing, dog? I seen you give me a little follow the other day. Were you in PK's stream? Is that where I saw you? Where did I see you? Hello, hello. Indeed. Okay, there we go. Hell yeah, dude. Welcome in. You can play it on the Switch too if you don't have an N64. That's true. GoldenEye on the GameCube was not as good, you know, but... And I'm in the Discord? Shit. Damn, you're a real one, you know that? I have today, I have an entire other page of just these like pages, and I want to sort of plan. I want to plan some structure to like a story, just for like practice. The nose and adjustment features could be closer to the reference. Okay, I'm gonna pull up your image, Jadu, if you're cool with that, and we're gonna give you some feedback real quick to send you on your way for the rest of stream. And then I'm gonna jump back in. I'm gonna get rid of these ladies here. Not that I dislike them, but they're taking up so much room on my freaking canvas, dude. All right. Why can't I delete? Do I have to have visibility on to delete? Comic? That's right. Sort of. I mean, there's clearly you could tell there's not a lot of progress done on this comic. That's what a lot of these characters are for. They're basically like character exploration for different designs for characters for a comic that I want to develop. Whether I do or not is a whole other story. I'm not going to hold myself to it, but I'll passively work on it here and there. Just a fan of cool artists? Shit. Damn, got me blushing, dog. Alright, so right now we're going to just go over some feedback for a chatter. We got Jadu who submitted something to me yesterday. He's got this, this beautiful babe. Are those just to figure out panel composition? They are. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually format it in a way where there's a little bit more restriction. So, Jadu, the big thing I'm seeing, there's a couple things. Your skin tones aren't, or your painting isn't even enough for skin. There's too many blemishes. And I'll explain sort of why that's bad in a second here. First, what I want to do is I want to give you a line over, because I feel like when I said invert the eyes, so the original submission you gave me had your eyes... Hey, what up, Faye? How you doing? Your original submission that you gave me had your eyes sort of curved like this, right? Which is fine, but you also have this sort of top-down view, or at least you're trying to nail this top-down view. There's some stuff you can do to change it. First of all, you would have to bring the hips a little bit higher up. The arms need more space here, or they need to come out more. You don't, like, when you hold across, you don't tuck your elbows in. Like, hold something in front of your face right now, Jadu, like, just as an exercise. Take a pen or whatever's on your desk around you, and hold it in front of your face. And you'll see, like, when you do it naturally, your elbows actually kind of flare out a little bit. They don't tuck in. I know you're trying to do, like, a titty squeeze here for, like, sex appeal, but it feels unnatural. So we're going to see if we can change that a little bit. And when I said inverse the curve on the top eyelid, what I mean is right now your top eyelid is curved this way. The inverse of that would be a top eyelid that's curved down like this. And the reason for doing that is because when we're looking at the eyeball top down, the eyeball front on, yes, it's going to have a curve that looks a little bit like this. Probably a little bit more pronounced, actually, if we're going like anime style or whatever. But if you're looking at it top down, what happens is you're looking at the curve from a different angle, and so now the curvature, oops, I didn't mean to color pick there. The curvature now inverses because it wraps the eye, right? It still has to exist on the eyeball, and so it's going to have a little bit of a different curve here. Now, maybe that's not exactly perfect, but the idea is, you know, it just gives you more of an indication and more information on the perspective. So whenever you could throw stuff like this into a perspective piece where the goal is really to show the perspective, doing stuff like this is really important because it's going to sell to the viewer that you're actually applying your drawing in that perspective, okay? So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm just going to inverse the curve a little bit. I'm also going to downturn the nose, so you're not going to really see the nostrils. If a head is turned down, I guess you're using, like, this reference here, but I think you need to make a decision. Hi, is that from Spy X Family? I have no idea what this is from. It's a viewer, Jadu Draws submitted, or Jadu Arts, Jadu Arts submitted this recently for us to give feedback on. So I think it's Kakegurui. That's what somebody said, Kakegurui. So if your goal is to really have this sort of like top-down perspective, you need to sort of factor in all of these like curvatures here and these perspectives on the mouth and the nose. The mouth and nose are going to get a lot closer together. And then the eyes are going to be a lot more downturned. I love this song, dude. The headband here, probably also going to be a little bit more flipped. Because of how extreme it is, it's not going to be that crazy. You can probably honestly leave it. But I would start with the downturn like that. Now, if your goal is to basically have her sort of looking up, with the rest of her body below her, you could do that too, I guess. I'm confused with the perspective, I think, a little bit. I think you need to commit to one or the other. Either have her looking front on, like this reference you're using for the face, this is front on. She's standing up. There's no crazy perspective here. If you drew her out, she'd probably, well, I guess she has like a skirt or whatever. She'd be like, well, I mean, her arm's up, but she'd be standing, or maybe bending forward a little bit, but she'd be full body here. There's no crazy perspective. What you're trying to do, because I saw your box on your original design where you had like a perspective box behind here, so you're trying to do some top-down thing. So because of that, you're going to get a little bit more of a curvature on the eyes. And another thing is, if you lower the eyelids, it's just going to look more seductive, which is clearly like the goal you're going for here. I'm going to leave the iris more or less where I don't like the shape of the eye here. We need to show more rounding on the bottom here. I need to work on my technique. Kurt. I don't know why I called you Kirk, dude. Give me my dick, goddammit. What up, Kurt? What up, Simply Rickson? How you doing, dog? What up, Boba? Jadu Farts? That's right, Jadu Farts. We are Charlie Kurt. How you doing, dog? Sorry, I couldn't resist. After I said Kirk, that's all that was in my brain. I just had to get it out. It doesn't look right to me. Maybe I will add a little bit of a curve here, but I still want to sort of have it be a little bit more subtle. We could, I guess, go front on. One thing I want to push though is if you're using this reference, you're not using the sort of like the relationships of the top lid, right? If I look at sort of the corner on your top lid here, so you got your top lid stops here, and then the corner's here. Basically perfectly even. My guess is, looking at this, is that there's going to be some evenness, but then the apex is over here. Whereas your apex is a little bit over here. So these little things really change the relationship. Like, you want sort of that top flare on the eyeball. So it's going to be more like this. More roundness on the bottom here. Smaller eye, I would reckon. Or iris. And I feel like that's going to look a little bit more on model. And top eyelid. And brow or whatever. You're not really going to see her brow, but... The nose, again, I would just go a little bit smaller. And a little bit more... downturned. Top lid, or top lip, is going to be curved the other way, just because the mouth sticks out. So again, because it's got this round shape, when you're looking at it from above, you're going to have this sort of downturned look to it. With the nose, like, overlapping. Whereas if you're looking at it front on, it'll look a little bit more like this. Right? With the nose like this. I can't wait to get myself a display tablet, but still researching which one's the best suited for me. I'm torn between Wacom, Huion, and of course XP Pen. Honestly, dude, I have no fucking clue. I'm a Wacom girly through and through, just because that's what I bought in like college, and I've never bought another one since. So my advice would always be Wacom, because it's the only thing I have experience with. But I've heard good things about other ones, so you know. I don't think you need to, like, stress about it too much. Obviously, it's a pretty expensive purchase, so you want to put some thought into it, but... You gotta watch your line weights, too, dude. I feel like these things are really, really, really important in the eyes. Like, where the weight is, where it's not, all that stuff. It's pretty important stuff. Jaddy, thank you for the 6 months, dog. I appreciate it. Wacom, that's right. I can't say shit, I'm an iPad queer. That's right, get it, king. Fuck. I'm trying to think of how to sell this. I think, you know, if this is the head and it's coming, you know, the way she has it here, I'm really just almost one-to-oneing this reference. Trying to think. I'd probably flare the elbows a little bit. They're gonna be really shortened though because of the perspective. Because you got this really like strong downturn here. Just gonna sketch this in real quick. I'm not gonna really focus too much on line weight or anything. I'm gonna get some shit in so that I can. Another thing I'm looking at here is if I look at her hair here, it's basically 2 large chunks on the front. 1, 2, and there's shape variety between the 2. We've got a large piece here that's kind of broken up with this tiny little thing, but I would consider this one large piece. And then we got a medium piece here. Directly beside a small piece here, and another small piece here to break it up. Whereas yours, it's not clear to me, they're all kind of the same shape. Maybe this one, actually. It's just not clear enough to me. It's just not clear enough to me. And I think that's just sort of the line integrity. It's a little muddy, because it's painted with a soft brush. I think if you took a hard brush here, and painted it in that way, it would be a little bit easier to differentiate between the hair pieces. Skin. Yeah. I think that reads a little bit cleaner. You're using really desaturated purple here for the shadows. And the skin tone is like basically the same saturation level. I would really say do a jiggle. Shit. It do. It do jiggle. It do. I think I would, as a rule of thumb for the way I draw my pieces, I saturate the more the darker I go. So darker. Oops. equals more saturation. Draw with a smaller brush, also. I'll show you what I mean. Or a bigger brush, sorry. I'll show you what I mean. So I'm going to get rid of this layer. I'm going to bump the opacity on this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to color pick one of your base values. I'm going to lower the value. It's way too bright, I think. Well, it's not terrible, I guess. But it feels a little bright for me. So I'm gonna take it. I'm going to even everything out. I'm going in here, color picking, and I'm just evening everything out. There's too much... Like, you're not clear in these areas. Like, this area here, if I'm looking here on her face, this is a big, big gap in a mouth. She basically has, like, a tiny little mustache here. It's too much. The nostril sort of, like, top lip thing, it extends from the nose. So where your nostrils are here, that's basically as wide as that little dip should be. Should not be any wider than that. And so adding shading here, it just indicates that it's a lot wider than it should be. And it looks like she has like a lip deformity or something like that. So I'm gonna just paint over that or narrow things out. Oops. Just taking the base value here. I'm not adding any shadow or anything yet. Just gonna narrow that in. Getting rid of all this white up top here. It's too much. Too much on the nose here also. Like, look, I've evened everything out. It feels very washed out here. I don't think this purple works very well. I think what you should do is you should take the color here. You should lower the value and shift the saturation. So make it more saturated and darker in value. You're going to change the hue a little bit. Literally, like, just a tiny little bit. And then that's now going to be your shadow. Okay? You're not really going to get a whole lot of shadow in that area there. I'm going to use the hair to basically outline the shape of the head. Again, I'm going to go into these regions here, get rid of all this stuff here, get rid of all the black on the eyelashes. God damn it, dude. Holy fuck. All right. Your eyes have way too much black in them. We gotta tone that down. We also gotta make them a lot smaller. Just gonna paint over everything here. I'm gonna curve it more, like I said. Originally. So, like, I've just got a blank eyeball here. I'm gonna color pick your red, but I'm not going... Like, that's 100% saturation. That's intense, dude. I'm gonna bring that down to about halfway. We're just gonna put a little dot in here. And it's gonna look weird for now, but we'll build up value and saturation later. I'm trying to pick a color here. I'm going to darken it just a little bit because it's the top of the lid here. It's going to have a little bit more shadow. I'm going to shift the hue. I forgot to do that. A little bit towards red. The reason I'm pushing it towards red is because things like eyebrows are thinner skin, so you're going to get a lot more blood flow coming through. Visibly, anyways. Give you the same thing for the under eye. There are sort of, like, pockets and regions on the face that you want to kind of, like, commit to memory in terms of, like, how they impact the face. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to push the hue even more red. I'm going to go a little darker, a little bit more saturated, just a little bit. And I'm going to do one brush stroke. Just one. Maybe two. I'm going to push it a little more saturated. One brush stroke. That's going to be all the blush I add to the face. And then any amount of blush I want to add in the future, I'm going to pull from that. I'm kind of thinking on the spot here, so if I say something that sounds weird, I apologize. I'm just kind of freestyling. I'm going to take black, but I'm going to go real light with my lines. I don't want them to be overpowering. Looking at the reference again, got sort of these elongated eyes. Maybe a bit more like this, but I'm going to go real thin with it. I'm not going to really add any black at the bottom here, just sort of at the top corners. And I'm doing half the face here because I just want you to see the contrast with how much black you've added versus how much I'm adding, okay? And that's not to say that this is perfect. The way I paint is really iterative, so I'll start, and then I'll be like, I've overdone it or I've underdone it in certain areas. I'm going to pull back. I'm going to add more. Like right now, I'm looking at my red here. It's not saturated enough. So I'm going to go in. I'm just going to color pick it. I'm going to saturate it a bit more. And we're going to just block in sort of... we'll drop the value also. And we'll block in sort of this top bit here. Again, I'm not using my paintbrush right now. Just kind of going in with this hard brush. Just sectioning out the eye and the shadows in the eye. I can blend it later. Hello, Mouse Supreme. What up, Dave? How you doing? Is the 16 Pro good, or would it be best to go for the next size up, which I think is around 20 inches? I use the Wacom 16. I don't even use the Pro. I use the Amateur. I don't, it's definitely not called that, but I don't use the Pro. So I don't know. I just have the Wacom 16. That's my tablet. It's served me fine for years. I'm gonna go way darker in here. Purple hues are fine for shading, dude, but it has to be accompanied by a lot of, like, purple, like, and gray desaturated values in the base skin. Vibes-based painting. That's most painting, to be quite honest. Trying to think of where I want to add my black. I also don't want to add too much. Like, look, this is still kind of grayish. This is not how I would normally approach painting. Normally, I would do it very, very big. So I would just go in here. I would select the whole thing. And I would just start from max size possible. Do they usually come with a subscription offer for Photoshop/CSP? I have no idea. Not in my experience. I pay for my own thing separately. So what I would normally do if I'm painting, like, a face is, let's take this guy, or let's take one of these guys, for example. I would literally go in here. I gotta find out what layer they're on. And I would just paint underneath the line layer, first of all. So if the line layer is here, is this above or below? Okay, it's below. So if I want to take this, I'm going to start with, like, a purple base, because I like purpley colors, which you seem to like too. I'm on the wrong layer there. Let's do this. And I would just paint the whole face. And I go in like this. And then I'm like, okay, well, now I want to add shading. I'm going real big here. Just going to shade the eyes here a little bit. Shade the eyes here. Shadow in the mouth. Probably a little under the nose there. Probably under the chin here. And this is how I go in. And I always sort of stay really, 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 really big when I'm first painting. And then I sort of, like, tighten in as I go. So now I'm like, okay, maybe I want a little highlight up here. That's not the right color for the highlight. Maybe I'm going to shift the hue. Make it a little bit more washed out. Maybe some cheekbones up in here. Maybe up on the nose, you know? And I work like this, and you can sort of see it start to build. And I'm look how big my brush, like, is relative to the surface area that I'm painting on. Now I'm going around, like, maybe I want to add a little bit more shadow up to the corner here. Maybe a bit more down here. Edge of the nose, maybe. This chin down here needs a little bit of a highlight. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to take my skin tone. I'm going to carve out the eyeball shape, roughly. Just roughly. I'm not really worrying about all the layers of paint I've applied. This is basically just like, you know, painting the forehead region, mid-face, all that stuff, and then I'm going to push and pull based on the forms I want to describe. So I'm thinking that, and then maybe a little bit of that there, a little softer. And that's sort of how I like to paint, personally. I think the issue with the way that you sort of painted your lady is you went in, and I'm seeing like the brush strokes here, they're really, really, really small. And I think you need to start way bigger. Like, if you're doing a shadow in the eye, like, just take your... Oops. I gotta be on the top layer here. Take your shadow color and literally just, like, splotch it in there. I would have a line layer underneath, obviously, as a guide. I don't know if you have the line layer separated anywhere. If you don't, it should be a habit to just lock your line layer and never paint over... Your line layer is sacred. It's your holy Bible. You don't fuck with your line layer ever. And you would just go in and paint really big. I can't paint really big here because the line layer isn't separated out. But this is how I would approach it. So, like I said, going based off of the version that I had that was a little bit more painted here. I go real big. Put in all sort of my base colors here. And then I'm going in and refining slowly. Now maybe I want to shift these hues a little bit. So I'd take it and I'd just push the hues. Maybe a little bit more blue. Maybe I want to go more red. You know, I could do that too. I want to go a bit more realistic. I found something called Deco Mini 7. It's a small screenless tablet. I don't know if it's any good. I can't answer any tablet questions, guys. I have no clue. I've been drawing with the same tablet my whole life. So I'm going to go a little bit more red here. And I'm going to just push the hue in the mid-face. That might be too much. I'm going to desaturate this and push the hue a little bit more red in the forehead. I just don't like how purple it is. And I'm just going real big the whole way here. The painting the face is really subtle. Skin tones are really, 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 really subtle. They're not that complicated. A lot of people overthink it. But look how big my brush is that I'm painting with here. And I'm using a hard round brush. Yo, what up, Snack? I always start too small with rendering, so 10 out of 10 on starting big. Thank you, PK. Also, for those who don't know, PK's a streamer here on Twitch. You should check out his channel, especially if you want painting advice. Because I very rarely paint, so my tutorials here are a little bit all over the place. I recognize that. But if you want somebody who's a little bit more experienced at regular painting, PK's probably your dude. That said, yeah, he's right. So I start very, 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 very big, and I try and minimize small brush strokes almost entirely. And when you work big, you can get like very soft transitions. Like, all of this looks very subtle, but it's just like overlaying a bunch of different, you know, big brush strokes. There's not a lot going on there. And I'm doing a similar thing here. And I'm really establishing sort of the base transitions and the general soft shapes. Like, you can tell there's a cheekbone here. You can tell where the forehead is catching light. Now, maybe I want to take that and I want to apply a tiny little bit on the nose here. Just going real soft with it. Now I'm looking at this and I'm like, huh, I feel like I could push these values more. So I'm going to shift my value down. I'm going to push my saturation to the right a little bit more, meaning I'm making it a more saturated color. I might actually push my hue a little bit more towards blue, because in this particular case, there's a lot of purple hues. And what happens when you have a lot of purple hues is when you add a shadow to that, it's going to be a little bit cooler. You're not going to get a lot of warm shadows. I mean, in this case, I'm not going to get a lot of warm shadows, or I'm not thinking about it. And again, when I'm applying my values, big sort of regions here, and I can soften this up later. I can be a little bit looser with it. I don't need to be, you know, as harsh with my value ranges. Skin is subtle, guys. Skin is really, really subtle. Now maybe I want a little bit of brighter value here. Fuck. Raised Lucid Dream. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, dude. Hi, Jor Diug. Is that a person? I currently use CSP on my Galaxy S23 Ultra. Your phone? Because it has a stylus? It's what got me into digital art. I just find the 6-point-inch display small. Yeah, I would too, bro. That sounds crazy. I'm trying to think of, like, practical steps I can give you, dude. You know what? I think what I would say, before you do anything, you need strong line art. I honestly feel like going forward, if you want feedback, just because I see your work so much, Jadu, I think it would be better for me to see your line work before you even get into painting. I think you're jumping like steps way ahead. I think you need solid line art before you get into painting. Now, this is not a hard and fast rule, guys. I do want to caveat this. I don't want to say that you can't just jump into painting. PK's probably over there, like, rolling his eyes at me because I know this guy just jumped straight into painting. You can jump straight into painting. I think for me, personally, I like having a strong line art base. So I would always advise, if you watch me, you probably want to draw similar to the way I do, so I can only really teach you what I know. I would say start with a very strong and complete, emphasis on complete, line art base. I jump straight into painting and regret it every time. Please listen to the wisdom of the mouse. Thank you. And then from there, block in your zones. Block in your zones. And zones, to me, in my head, are basically, I think of, like, different regions of the face as having different zones based off lighting conditions. Block zones or planes of the face, I guess. But when I'm thinking of zones, I'm thinking, let me just do red here. I'm thinking the forehead as its own zone. And then within this, you're going to break it down even more as you get more complex. But the forehead being one. The sort of eye shadows here being another one. Very, very subtle one. This is how I'm visualizing in my mind the sort of regions. This side of the head here has its own plane. It's going to meet up sort of on this cheekbone. This cheekbone's going to have its own plane. This is how my brain is processing sort of the transitions on the face here. And this is how I'm moving my hand on the canvas and the brush. And then because the mouth is extended, this is going to be a little weird, but it's going to be a little bit more like this. This is going to have its own plane. This is probably going to have its own plane. This is probably going to have its own plane. And then the chin here is going to have its own plane. And this is sort of how I think about sectioning off a lot of the regions of the face when I'm painting. It looks complicated, but it's not that complicated. If you want to break it down even in a more simple way, you could think of face, mid-face, and side and chin. That's basically 4 zones. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think if you break it down that way, it just sort of helps you. And then from there, you get even more and more small and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And that's sort of how you should think about painting. Big caveat where I say how you should think about it, how you can think about it is what I really mean. And from there, you're always adjusting. And you don't move on or get more complex until you're happy with where you're at. Like, do I want this guy to be bluish? Do I want him to be greenish? This is where I'm making these decisions. Because once I move on from here, it's going to be a lot more difficult to change things. I think I want this guy to be a little bit more purple. This is just sort of my personal preference. I like these purpley hues. And so I'm going to go in and paint. And this, I guess, started as like a lesson for Jadu, but it is just a generalized lesson here. I think I need to punch up some of the shadows under the eyes. Again, just all I really did, this was 4 brush strokes. I moved my brush. I went over it here, 1. Little pocket here, 2. Little pocket here, 3, roughly. Maybe I want to do under the nose here. Keeping it simple right now. Just thinking of these regions. Maybe I want to think within this sort of like corner region on I guess the temple. Maybe I want to think of like a sub-region, where within here, it's going to be particularly dark right there. and it'll blend out into that other region. And that's sort of how you get, like, subtlety. You just think of these zones, and you're like, okay, how do I add more of this zone? All I did was add a little brushstroke here and blend it into that other zone. And look, it feels like there's already more depth to that skull. You know, it might be too much. I think it's a little too much. I think what I'm going to do is just join it up here for a bit more subtlety. But this is sort of how I'm thinking about this stuff. I'm thinking about zones within zones and regions within regions, and that's sort of how I compartmentalize when I'm painting. I think I need to add more base values everywhere here. I'm more of a traditional drawing artist, but I enjoy digital because I can do it anywhere when I'm bored or I don't have much going on. I'm definitely a drawing tablet before... I'm getting a drawing tablet before my next year, though. Good, dude. I mean, I did traditional for a while. I mostly drew with mechanical pencil. I feel like you could tell, sort of, like, with my style, that I did a lot of mechanical pencil work. But that was just sort of my preference, I guess. Now I'm going into this zone, and I'm like, I want to punch up this cheekbone region here. Just a little bit more. And then maybe a little bit here, also. And then maybe I want to darken sort of this little region here. And then this transitional region, we're going to soften it a bit. Mouth, I think, could go even darker, because it is a mouth. Under the chin, probably going to be way darker. Just a little bit. Back of the neck, probably way darker. You know? And this is sort of how you build, and you build, and you build, and then eventually it starts to look like something, you know? How in-depth did you study perspective? It seems like a running trend that artists don't like studying, and many get around it through sheer practice. This is sort of like... It's difficult to answer this question, I think. I don't know, like, I don't do, like, perspective illustration for buildings and stuff like that. But I have studied perspective pretty intimately, I would say. Like, if you said snack, draw a box from a top-down view, I could probably pretty confidently do that. And that's because I know sort of how these relationships work, you know? Based on having drawn drawn with actual perspective grids a lot. And so I think it's important to learn sort of the traditional, like, ways of studying perspective. Like doing 2-point, 3-point, 1-point. You should probably drill this. You can use it as sort of a warm-up exercise, which is kind of how I use it. Like, again, top-down is the goal here. I think this would be even more pushed because it's below that one. Then, you know, if you want to rotate it, it's definitely a thing I have practiced quite a bit. Is it a thing I practice all the time? No. But I think it's really important to know how to draw all of the primitives from every angle, basically. And what are the primitives? The primitives are basically cubes, cylinders, and spheres. And this is step one, understanding the primitives and being able to draw them. I mean, spheres don't really have perspective because they're just sort of... They're defined based on where you put the contour lines or whatever. But more like cubes and cylinders are really important to understand to draw in all angles. And that's step one to being able to draw the human form from any angle, is being able to rotate and move these from any angle. And then from there, you want to take more complicated organic shapes. So like a head, let's say, is just basically a sphere mixed with kind of a cube-ish. And then taking this and then being able to rotate it from any angle. So now I want to think of like doing it from the top. So I gotta think of that cube-ish shape. I gotta think of that sphere now being rotated. Right? Or, you know, maybe you want to do it down but 3/4. These things are pretty important to sort of understand, and you kind of get this through perspective practice. So I would say there's a lot of value in actually trying to do perspective practice and understanding the relationships. But I think it's less about drilling the exercise and focusing on learning the actual relationships of the change in orientation. That sounds really complicated to say, but I'll illustrate what I mean. So I could draw boxes in perspective all day. You could say, hey, Snack, draw a box, you know, from a top-down perspective and do it with a horizon line and a vanishing point. I could do that. Am I learning much by doing this? A little bit. A little bit. Is it going to get as much value as if I'm trying to learn these sort of like perspectives organically? Or how they relate to each other? I think it's more important to understand the relationships between the changes in perspective. What do I mean by that? If I want this box to fall now, let's say I want this box to rotate down, there are things that I need to understand in terms of how they move. So this box here, if I want this to rotate down, what's going to happen? There's some relationship changes to these planes. So if I name this plane 1 here, name this plane 2, and name this plane 3, I have to understand what happens when I change the perspective on this. So if I'm moving it this way, but I'm keeping it anchored here at the bottom, well, plane 2 is now going to shorten, right? These corners here are going to move on arcs. Plane 1 is also going to move on an arc. So this corner is going to come up now. And it's going to lengthen, so you're going to see more of the top plane. So these relationships are really important to know. This is the important stuff. It's sort of the relationships for these changes. 3 is tough to say. I'm just going to sort of guesstimate 3 based off of the orientation of the other 2 planes. But this is the stuff that I think is like really important, is understanding these relationships. Remember, my anchor and my pivot point is down here. And so this line's never going to change, really. But this one will. Now if I want to do even more shortened, we're getting real messy here. But now if I really want to push this plane, you know, I got to think of it like in this sense. These relationships are what matter most, I think, personally. It's going to get real messy here, but I should have probably done this on a different layer. But you're just tracking these sort of like, these orientations. I actually think this back plane could go back a little bit more. But this is the stuff that you want to know. And you want to be able to draw this from all perspectives. And sort of knowing how these things work. And there's going to be gaps in your knowledge. Like, you have to actually learn how the arm moves from like a base position like this. Like if I simplify the arm, you know, draw like a cylinder here, and then, you know, whatever, the forearm or whatever. If I draw this, I have to sort of know what happens to this muscle as the arm goes up. I have to know what happens to this muscle as the arm goes up. And I have to know what happens to this muscle. And what I mean by that is I have to know, you know, where the tension points are on the muscle. So I know that the deltoid is going to attach here. I want to say the rib cage, roughly in this area, but this point's not going to move too much. If I'm lifting the deltoid up, you're going to get a lot of compression up at the top here. And I know that this shape changes into this shape if the arm elevates, right? These are the important things to know. And understanding how these shapes look in different positions. And so I think it's more important to understand sort of the relationship of the movements from one point to another than it is to really just sort of drill out mindlessly boxes in different perspectives. I think exercises where you're moving boxes in space and thinking of orienting the box differently. Like, let's say I want to take this now, and I want to look at it from the bottom. Like, how would that look? Or maybe I want to add some rotation to it also. So maybe now this is like... You know, plane 3 is like here now. I don't know, whatever. You get the idea. But the point is, start with drawing boxes. Step 1 is definitely learning to draw boxes and primitives in their basic positions. Right? Front on, 3/4, profile, whatever. Okay? If you could take a cylinder, have a profile cylinder, and understand the relationships. This is step 1. Understand the relationships. So, a cylinder, when it moves in space, has this width. When this cylinder now becomes more front on, without adding any sort of up or down view, just a basic front on pose, what's going to happen to this line and the relationship from this position to the next one? So if I do a more front on one, now you're going to start to see this plane on the side that you couldn't see before. It's going to become a little bit more prominent. This line here, this width, is going to shorten an extreme amount. So this red line is now going to become a lot shorter. These are the relationships that really, really matter. Now, from this profile view, you don't even see this front plane. From this like more three-quarter view, you do. And I think knowing this stuff and having this stuff committed to memory is going to help you course correct mistakes for foreshortening and stuff like that. That I think is really sort of the bread and butter of like perspective drawing and drawing like poses in different perspective and dynamic poses and stuff like that. Because that's sort of where you can self-critique your work. You can be like, why does this arm feel so weird when I have it sort of coming at the camera? My goal, let's say, is to have an arm foreshortened, but my brain, for whatever reason, is going to want to draw the arm with this perspective in mind, despite the fact that I'm aiming for this perspective. So you have to manually know the change between the width of the arm here in a perspective position, and you have to apply it. How many times have you guys drawn something where you're like, I don't know, let's say I want a character. I'm running out of room on my canvas here. I should move somewhere else. I want a character. This is the character's face. They're looking at me like this, whatever, okay? I want their arm coming straight at the camera. Some edgelord anime pose, okay? The classic. Every single time a beginner artist does this, their brain is going to be like trying to draw the full length of the arm here. And that's something that is really, really, really hard to overcome, and you have to manually like force yourself to not do that. And then it becomes a lot more comfortable. So if I'm drawing this arm foreshortened, my instinct is to draw the full length of the arm here. Because it's the easiest thing for my brain to do, and your brain is always going to take the path of least resistance. But the correct answer in this particular perspective is to not trust your brain, because your brain is always going to flatten things out to the full length. When you're drawing foreshortening, you really have to go into manual override mode, and you have to shrink that down in your brain. So if I'm drawing this line, this arm, I'm not going to draw it like that. I'm just going to draw it underneath here as an example. Let's say I have the hand here. Just pretend this is a beautiful looking hand in perspective. Now when I'm drawing the forearm, I have to remember, okay, it has to be way shorter. So I'm just going to start short. Just going to start short, and I'm going to figure it out from there. Okay, now I got to think of my overlaps. What goes behind what muscle goes where, and then it's going to feel a little bit more organic in terms of perspective. It's really, really, really difficult to do, and it might sound unintuitive for me to say, but when you're doing foreshortening, you really have to sort of manually override for the first little bit till your brain gets comfortable with that perspective. And you're going to realize there's a lot less of the arm that you're going to see from a perspective that's foreshortened like that than you think you would see. And so that sort of goes back to what I'm talking about with understanding the relationships between the changes in position is a lot more important than just being able to draw these positions. You could drill boxes all day, but if you don't know how a box gets from one position to another and what happens to the box in that change of position, it's going to be a lot harder to apply that to sort of more imaginative drawing, which I assume is the goal. But yo, what up, Con? I'm gonna go through chat because I've been neglecting all my babies for so long. Let me take a look at chat and what's going on here. Have you ever tried 5-point perspective in your art? No, I don't even know where I would start with that. 5-point is like what? Like crazy fisheye shit? Is that it? Hey, yo, interesting. What up, bumbling archivist? How you doing, dog? I started learning to draw from day one with Drawbox. I don't know if you've heard of that program. I have, and I've heard good things from it. I don't know, like, I've never used it personally, but I've heard good things. And I feel like a lot of it is probably talking about the stuff that I'm talking about now. Probably with a lot better structure, to be quite honest, but it is where it is. Yeah, I found I would flatten something so it'd show the forms entirely instead of foreshortening it. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And even with, like, drawing faces, what you'll notice is when a lot of beginners start drawing, if they're drawing a face, let's say, They'll get, like, the skull and stuff right, but then when they're doing the eyes, they'll draw the eyes, like, the same width. So this eye here will be, like, this size, and then this eye here will also be that size. It's weird because I've actually compressed it there, but like this eye here will be basically the same width. And you get a lot of these mistakes. Like this to a lot of beginner artists might feel okay, but there's such a subtle change between doing this and an eye that's like this, you know, just slightly more shortened, that makes it feel a lot more real in terms of the getting the perspective right. And that's just sort of understanding these relationships, knowing that when a head turns more 3/4, that all of the features on this side are going to be sort of a lot more compressed relative to the center line of the face. That's sort of the big relationship with like 3/4 turns. So that's a lot of beginner mistakes that I see often. And I'm sure a lot of artists here, like Young Khan, PK, Kim Do, all like a lot more experienced artists, they'd probably say the same thing. If ever they look at beginner art, a lot of the mistakes that they see in perspective and facial proportions, in my opinion, comes down to them not being able to overcome sort of that brain impulse to flatten everything out to that sort of perfect front-on perspective like proportion and applying it everywhere. And it feels like it just sort of flattens things out. And you have to sort of accept that there are things that you're gonna have to cut out and show more of or curve more with these crazy perspectives. I still make those mistakes. Same, dude. It takes a while. It takes a while to sort of like overcome. And it's so difficult to do. And this is just one change from a front-on pose to another one. But the human body can move in like fucking not endless poses, but it might as well be from the perspective of being a human with a human brain that isn't like a computer that can process like infinite possibilities. You have to put yourself in so many different situations and attempt to draw things from so many different perspectives to really get a strong understanding of perspective. And so a lot of artists are sort of restricted to domains of perspective that they've practiced. And I'm one of them, right? Like if you told me to draw a guy completely top down where you can't really see like his legs or torso because it's all overlapping, it's gonna be really, really difficult for me to do that. Now, I have like a rough idea on how to do it. Could I do it in an appealing way? Probably not. Probably not without attempting it a few times and really working through all of those kinks to get comfortable with that perspective. A lot of artists, I think people don't realize, artists are really good at the things that they practice, and a lot of them mostly publish the stuff that they practice. It's very rare that you have an artist like a Kim Jong-gi or something like that who can draw a character from every single perspective. I challenge you to analyze a lot of the artists that you look up to and admire, and you'll probably notice, look, that this is not to take away from skilled artists, but it's just to say a lot of artists get really, 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 really good at a few poses, a few perspectives, and a few rendering styles. It's very rare that you get somebody, and this includes me, it's very rare that you get somebody who broadens to all kinds of different domains. And when you get somebody who can do a lot of dynamic posing in a lot of different domains and perspectives, that's a sign of a really, really seasoned artist. They've really put themselves through the paces, and they've basically turned their brain into like 3D software. And that takes years. It takes years, man. And it takes years, and it takes pushing yourself out of your comfort zone for years, which sucks. It really fucking sucks. There's a reason a lot of these heads are 3/4 or 3/4 top down or front on. Like, these are sort of my limits. This is my comfort zone. Stuff like this is my comfort zone. Even doing like more front-on stuff is really difficult for me because I just don't do it a lot. Whew, I've been talking a lot, dude. I'm gonna get a sip of water. I'm gonna be right back. We've been streaming for an hour here. I'm probably gonna ads are probably coming up, so I'm gonna run them prematurely so I can go take a leak, grab some water, and we'll BRB. Got a little orange and a banana here as a snack. Yeah, I'm working on that now, getting hella uncomfy. Yeah, I want to say, Young Khan is very impressive in terms of his like perseverance. Because I get, you guys know me. If you guys watch my stream, I fucking get so exhausted doing the same shit all the time, and I tend to burn out on certain projects or ideas or whatever. And watching Khan just blast away a different animation practice is very impressive. It's strong endurance. I don't have that. A lot of my growth comes from sort of having bursts of wanting to study and bursts of basically just like, you know, I don't know, bursts of studying and bursts of just doing what I want and trying to brute force it and figure it out from there. I've totally been neglecting YouTube chat too. How you guys doing over on YouTube? What up, Kuruna? PewDiePie took a year to become cracked somehow, freakishly fast, I must add. I mean, he uses a lot of reference. If you look at a lot of his work, it's a lot of reference work. It's very difficult to do drawings from imagination versus referencing. And that's not to take away from referencing. I think you totally should reference 100% of the time. But I think you want to reference a little bit selectively. I think if you rely too much on a reference, you're sort of like harming yourself. I think using reference should be to sort of solve a problem. If you're really struggling with a particular thing, use reference. Otherwise, I lean more towards not using reference. It depends, I guess. I guess what I would say is don't use reference to necessarily always get a one-to-one. You can use reference to steal elements from it. PewDiePie also has limitless time and money, which makes practicing a lot easier. Yeah, that too. What up, Gatly? How you doing over there on YouTube? Anyways, that's not to take away from PewDiePie. He has improved significantly. But I think, like, imaginative drawing is really, like, the holy grail for me. Being able to just bust things out of nowhere, out of imagination, is really, really, really difficult. And I think it's sort of, like, the mark of, like, a really, really senior artist. Gelmil, thank you for the follow. The artist's journey goes in phases, for sure. Backwards 3, thank you for the follow, too. I've been neglecting my followers. I'm gonna have to wash my hands soon, dude. I'm covered in fucking, like, orange juice and banana and whatever. Be right back. Okay. Where were we? Why you got orange juice on his hands? What the fuck? I was eating an orange, and I'm a messy eater. Shape some perspective, and then a weird fixation on realism, and then you find joy and get to work in that joy and pursue your passions. Yeah. Yeah. The path of the artist these days is a little bit complicated. I feel like it's a very bittersweet path, depending on, you know, how much success you find in it, but... What up, Pete? How you doing, dog? He eated an orange. Exactly. Tell him, Kimdo. Anyways, I've got so much shit on my canvas that I didn't want. Let me clear some of this stuff out. I'm gonna just Control Z for as long as I can until I can get rid of it. How do you define artistic success? I have no idea. I'll tell you when I get there. In my case, it would be my goals are like way too lofty though, and I don't think they're realistic. Little Supernova, how you doing, big dog? In my case, I would like to be self-sustaining, in a sense that I would like to be able to be self-employed, but not reliant on client or commission work, which is a very, very ambitious goal. Realistically, like the client and commission route is probably the best way to go, but my goals are too lofty. I want to be able to eat and pay rent. I want to be able to not work a corporate job, but make a decent income that sustains my life, I suppose. I don't live very expensively, but I do have a lot of bills and stuff that I have to worry about, so I'm kind of locked in, because I've got a mortgage, so I can't just, like, quit my job and, you know, just start YOLOing things out. Like, I can't, like, abandon ship. I just want to be able to draw things that are recognizable for what they are, characters and people and whatnot. I'm not a career artist yet, unless you count writing and video essays. The whole, like, professional, not professional thing, or career or not career, I think it's such a, like, wide spectrum, and it's really, really subjective that I just wouldn't really worry about it. I think, like, you know, if you make a buck, even if it's like $1, you're good, you know? You're a professional. Congratulations, you're working professionally. Now, I think, you know, professional grade stuff is, like, a different term that a lot of people use, like, this is, like, professional grade work or whatever. I think that's a different discussion, but I think, you know, if you're making money, it is a profession to a degree, but it just depends on how neurotic you want to be with your semantics, but I did that, but the market's way different now. Are you talking about being, like, self-sustained? Or, like, self-employed? I am curious, Con, if you don't mind answering questions. If you don't want to, and if it's too personal, that's fine. But I'm curious, do you work full-time as an artist? Because I see you stream all the time. Yeah, I quit my job in 2018. That sounds awesome, dude. Do you like it? And I guess is that just sort of like a mix of different like streams of income through like YouTube, or not YouTube, but like Twitch, like merch, commissions, all that stuff. It's like a big mix of stuff, I would assume. I just finished making my second ever PNG tuber. The only thing I don't know how to use is OBS Studio to do the purple box off my computer yet. To do the purple box off your computer. What are you talking about? I'm not sure what you mean, little supernova. It's hard to work for the man after working for yourself. Yeah, man. I mean, look, it's a recurring theme here on my channel where I complain about working, but you know, it's not that I don't like working. It's that I don't like working in like corporate Canada. I work in like a gray cubicle, and I don't know if you've ever watched like Fight Club. You know that scene where he's like copying things, and he's just blankly staring at the copying machine. That's how I feel all the time. It fucking sucks, but it's stable, so you know it is what it is. Can't complain too much, even though I will. Which is like no money, maybe 500 on a good month. Yeah, that's similar here. Like I think the most I've ever made on Twitch is like maybe 115 a month. I make like no money on Twitch. Twitch is kind of my only income stream as it is right now for like art as a hobby. Outside of my job, I should say, but and luckily my house is paid off. Yeah, I just bought my place in like 2024, so I got quite a while before my shit's paid off. What kind of art would you say you do, and where do you source most of your income at the moment, if you don't mind? I think you do graphic design, right? Mostly. What up, Matilda, over on YouTube? How you doing? The only thing I don't know how to apply is my PNG tuber to Twitch from my computer yet, unfortunately. Oh, okay. What you do, little supernova, or what I do, is I just set up like if you go to OBS and you set up a source, I just set up my source as a video game because my PNG tuber comes from Steam because I'm using PNG Tuber Plus, and then I just run it through that and add it as an overlay as like a video game. So it's like screen capturing, basically. Mostly everything, but I serve the streaming community. Mostly logos and design and work and merch. Oh, okay, dope, dope. I feel like my ideal goal, and I literally get nothing done because all I do on stream is yap and not draw, as you can tell by today's stream. But my ideal goal is to have like projects that I can market. I would like to make a comic, you know, and then sell that, or, you know, I floated the idea of making a course when I was doing like the Instagram reels and shit like that. I don't like, I don't know that, look, I just don't, I feel, I was talking to PK about this morning. I fucking hate like marketing. I don't like it, dude. I hate doing the self-promo shit. It feels so weird and anti against my personality and the way I live, and like, I don't know, dude. But I know it's the way it is. I know it's the game. I know it's how you do it, but it just feels so weird. Even like fucking like my reels, pissing in vain tits. What up, Vane? How you doing, dude? Even like the real stuff where I'm doing like the hooks and I'm like, you're never gonna believe this one trick that everybody. Blah, blah, blah. I hate that shit. I hate it. But you gotta do it. You gotta do it. It's terrible. It's like a form of light torture. I can't just be like, hey guys, lesson 1, this is what I'm gonna teach you today. I have to fucking clickbait it. And then just hope that I don't piss people off by actually delivering on what I'm promising, but... Hey, my name's Nox, and I got a business degree in social media marketing because it fascinates me, and I want to help people who deserve to get seen. The issue for me, dude, is I just don't have a lot of, like, energy outside of my job. I work 40 hours a week at like a normal 9 to 5, and then I stream all weekend. So creating like content on top of that, which I did for like a couple months on a weekly basis, was kind of difficult because I had to like build up assets, I had to like script my videos, I had to communicate with like the editor and stuff. It's like there's a lot of little stuff that goes into being like a small business owner that people don't really realize. It's like actually genuinely like time consuming and very effortful. But it's like it's a weird like catch-22 where it's like on the one hand, I would rather do all of that shit, but on the other hand, you know, I can't focus all of my time on that stuff because I've got time dedicated to other things, right? Oh, woe is me, woe is me. The plight of the artist. What are you gonna do? I worked 40 and came home at midnight and streamed till like 5 a.m. for like a year. It took its toll. I was streaming, I think on top of my 40 hours, like for a good year and a half, I was streaming about 20 hours a week. So it was about 60-hour work weeks just off streaming. I don't really count streaming as like working too much. The issue is I don't get shit done when I stream because I talk a lot, right? I feel like I could probably do more if I just was like really quiet and just did like focused streams. What layer am I drawing on right now? This is just like my style of streaming, you know? I just yap a ton. Yeah, exactly. You yap a fuck ton. Exactly. I yap like crazy, bro. And I feel like I get a lot of my good stuff done outside of streaming hours. The nice thing about streaming is that it basically gives you like momentum to carry off of stream. For me, anyways. So I yap and yap and yap, and then I get like a semblance of a drawing, like something like this, right? And I'm like, you know what? Now that I'm finally free and I'm no longer yapping, I'm just gonna focus on this shit. And then I draw it like to my heart's content off stream. But it's just, it's not an effective, it's not efficient for time management, I will say that. But it's the way I like doing things. Yeah. I'm not a yapper. Yeah, but that's cool, dude. I get it. You got your own style. I think I built up my style, I guess, over like, you know, starting off streaming, and I like yapping, you know? I think at the end of the day, you gotta do what you like doing, right? And I like just talking for hours and hours and hours about random nonsense and coming up with like half-baked like explanations for things. Because I feel like when chatters ask me questions, for me, it's like, especially about art, it's both a test of knowledge and it sort of illustrates what I don't know very well. Like, there are certain things, especially when I was trying to explain, like, earlier how to render. Like, gave me this thing, and I was doing, like, a little paint over here. And I was like, man, I'm really not explaining this right now. And I had to sort of go and think of, like, okay, how do I actually... What is my actual process for painting? And then I sort of got into painting this guy and trying to explain it that way. And I feel like having questions from chat really sort of helps illustrate my weak points in terms of what I do and don't know. Mostly because I feel like if I'm just talking around a topic, then it's very clear I don't know what I'm talking about. But it also sort of, in the moment, helps me explore different sort of ways of thinking about a thing. And then some I'll notice will be repeating things that I say a lot, and then they'll become a little bit more integrated as things that I'm like, okay, I'm fairly confident that this is the way that you should do a thing or not do a thing or whatever. Rad, do you want to hate on my paintings for a bit? Yeah, sure, dude. Drop it in the Discord, and I'll take a little look at it. I'm so close to 600k channel points, I only need 555,000 more, and you'll be a gaming buddy. That's right, dude. Everybody trying to turn me into a gamer. In a world of AI slop, being a person that helps people make real art is such an underrated flex. Yeah, it is, I guess. I am like torn a little bit in terms of like I think if I died knowing that I made a significant contribution to like the art community, I think I'd be happy. I think I like, as I get older, I think more about like, what are the things that I want to do? What are the big sort of, I have to do these things in my life for me to be happy? And I feel like making a mark on sort of art in general, in some way, or having some impact, is really satisfying and meaningful to me. I know like there are certain things that I'll draw, like and textural things that I'll do. Like for example, like if you look at like the hair patterns here, right? Like I'll do like weird textural shit like this. And there are some people in my community that I've seen like apply that stuff. And to me that's like deeply moving. I don't know how to explain it really without getting like overly emotional about it. I feel like it's almost like a passing of a torch or some sort of like contribution that I've made where people like something enough to apply it to their own work. And yeah, I don't know. Stuff like that is like it's sort of the little things to me that are really important in life, I guess. I tried to steal that pattern thing from you, but I failed miserably. My shit was not as crisp as yours. Well, just keep practicing, dude. You'll get it. I do so little art and so much talking that they're going to kick me out of the category if I'm not careful. That's what I think about, too. I'm like, man, I might as well just be a just chatter, you know? Like, I'm going to corner PK into teaching me gradient maps. PK, you fucking with gradient maps these days? Is there anyone I could possibly reach out to set up my PNG for Twitch? I would say go into OBS. Go into your sources, hit the little plus. Step 1, OBS. Step 2, source. Step 3, add source. Step 4, add a game capture. Step 5, select the game. In which case it's going to be like PNG Tuber Plus or whatever software you're using. And there you go. And then just position it on your screen and you're good to go. Unless you're using some weird like esoteric thing that I'm just not familiar with. But that's sort of the process. My whole life is gradient maps. PK loves gradient maps. Is that true, dude? I feel like I've watched you. You know what? I'm going to be honest. I'm drawing most of the time, so I don't really pay attention to like what you're doing. Just listening. But I didn't realize you use gradient maps. That's so structured. I feel like I'm so chaotic when I paint. Like my shit's all over the place. I only remember horns, PK. PK's a horny fella, dude. What can we say? I mean that of course, in the illustrative sense. Thank God, because I'm talking and not actually doing anything, so that you're the perfect viewer. That's good. Thanks for helping me out. Hopefully it did. Okay. I'm gonna actually just keep paying this dude because I'm fucksing with it. So I don't know how I feel about the colors I'm using right now. I might shift the hues a bit, but I don't really know what I want to do. I don't hate that. Pissing in vain. Flat is back. That's right. Thank you. Oh, so much relief. My back. It's free. My thoracic spine is finally mobile again and not just locked into a forward hump position. 556k away from gaming? Well, that's basically, you got 2.5 years of straight watching me, and then you can do a gaming redeem, dude. What did I come into? The same thing we talk about every stream. Okay, I think... Yeah. A bit more value under here. Making sure I'm on the right layer here. I'm a little new here. Are you? What if I'm gay watching you? You can be gay, dude. You can be straight. I don't care. You can be whatever letter you want, dog. Don't matter to me. I'm not gonna fuck you, though. But, you know. Don't get your hopes up. Oh, good. I'm at home then? Excellent. No worries. I'm in a very happy monogamous relationship. Just here for vibes and information. Yeah, no, I know, dude. Don't worry. I'm just kidding. Sometimes I'm too mean to chat. I gotta fucking chill out. You never know with Twitch, though. Snack, if I were to gift like 1 gazillion subs, would you do an entire stream drawing feet asking for a friend? Are you asking if you could buy my drawing abilities for your foot fetish, dude? Liu will art? Thank you for the follow. You know, that's a tempting question. You know, it's gonna depend. Probably not. It would be a good practice stream, though. I feel like I don't draw a lot of feet. So it might be worth it for me to learn, but... You keep your subs, dude. Hi, weenies. What up, Tinsel? How you doing? Listen, until you have an understanding of my chatter personality, I'm going to be over clear rather than under. Hey, do your thing, dog. I feel like at this point, it's getting really difficult to sort of keep up with different chatter personalities. When I was like smaller, it was much easier to sort of learn people's personalities. I think like if people are here regularly, you get a sense of who they are. Otherwise, though, it's very difficult with a lot of people. I just assume half of you guys are freaks all the time. All right. Hey, Snack, I've been meaning to ask, how do legs joint shift when a character's walking? Like, how do they overlap in the thighs? How do hip joints or leg joints shift when a character's walking? Like, how do they overlap? You talking about from a profile view? There's like, you got to be a little more specific with that question. If you're talking about a profile view, generally, I think it's almost like a figure eight is typically like the arc pattern on feet. If you're tracking like the heel, let's say, you're gonna get a bit of a figure eight. It's not as smooth as a direct figure eight. Hip joints, indeed. I know what you're talking about with hip joints. I mean, okay, if a hip takes weight below it, it's going to typically elevate as the weight pushes up into the foot, especially if it's the load-bearing leg. So if you have a character, let's say, I don't know, let's do a lady character because I feel like it's a lot more pronounced with ladies. You have them standing evenly. You're gonna just sort of stand like this. I know my proportions are weird, just bear with me here. If you shift the weight, right now the weight is evenly distributed. If I shift the weight to one leg, the pelvis that carries that weight is going to elevate, so it's gonna come up a little bit. Probably gonna get a little bit more of a pinch here. So this leg is going to be very similar, but now because it's elevated, this other leg is gonna drop, and then this other leg is also kind of free to sort of move a little bit differently. You can have it sort of bend out like this. You know, you could have it sort of come out. A lot of artists who do like sassy like girl poses or whatever will sort of have like the legs sort of come out like this, and then maybe with this pinch, they'll have like the arm come up like that, or the other way, or whatever. Normally, if you also, what happens is there's a kinetic chain. So if you elevate and you add more weight going into the hip, that's going to move up the chain a little bit, so you might actually get a tilt on the shoulders as well, or, you know, a tilt on the head. Generally speaking, when it comes to sort of the head angle here, like imagine there's a pivot point here on the neck, a pivot point here on the torso, or the rib cage, and then on the hips. If you're positioning a character, it's always going to be a lot more interesting to have your weight distributed in a way that isn't symmetrical throughout the character. So if you have a character standing, this sort of starting pose here that I drew earlier is kind of boring. It's just not a very interesting way to pose a character. Also not a correct one when I have the arms flare out like that. It's a lot more interesting now if I add sort of like a rotation to the head. And then if I add a rotation to the head, I can rotate the shoulders, maybe the opposite way. And then what that's going to do is it's going to create a stretch and a pinch, okay? So the side that's lower is probably going to have a little bit more of a pinch. Not necessarily. It could, though. It's going to depend, I guess, on how the hip works. If this hip comes up, the pinch might actually be on this side. So I've added a twist here, where it's no longer front on, where it's like perfectly symmetrical. It's a little bit more 3/4. I've added rotation to the hips. I've added rotation to the shoulders. You could actually offset these if you want. It doesn't really matter too much. But these poses are always going to be a little bit more interesting. So if you want to add more visual interest to a pose, you could. The term is called contrapposto. I think in Italian, I think it means like counterposing. Does that make sense? Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know if it's even Italian. It could be Latin or some shit. But the point is, like, you wanna offset your joints. So if you've got like a shoulder elevation or a shoulder tilt, maybe you do an opposing tilt on the hips, or, you know, maybe an opposing tilt on the head or whatever. You want to vary it up. You want to avoid sort of having like generic standing poses. When I worked in animation, there were every single show that you worked on, you were given like a list of do's and don'ts. And the common thing across all animation in general is you want to avoid symmetry in arms and leg poses in particular. And a reason for that is because, in my opinion, I think arms and legs are almost more important to selling the expression of a pose than the face is. And I can give you an example of that. And it's not always the case. Obviously, if you've got like a hyper-emotional pose or whatever, then like the face is probably gonna sell it more. But I'm trying to think. I'm gonna just pull. Somebody give me an anime. Somebody give me an anime where people are like doing something dramatic or extreme or whatever. I'm just gonna type Naruto. Let's do Naruto. Fuck it. You guys weren't quick enough. Samurai Champloo. Okay, we're gonna go with Samurai Champloo. Let's see if I can find some anime art from Samurai Champloo. I'm trying to pick one that illustrates what I'm talking about here. Give me a second. I'm still here, guys. I'm just browsing for a reference here. A lot of it is just like promotional art. It's very difficult to find like an actual still from the anime. Okay, I'm just gonna go with Naruto just because it was a little difficult for me to find a still from the anime on Google Images. So let's just go with Naruto. Here's a gestural pose. I don't know if this is from the anime or this is somebody's fan art or whatever. The point is, if I take this pose now and I erase the face, you can still sort of tell what the emotion and the intention of the movement is in the pose. Whereas if I wipe out the arms and the legs and I just leave the face and torso, it's very, very difficult to know what is happening. If you're just looking at this, it's really, really hard to know emotionally what's happening in the scene and what sort of information is being conveyed. Is he happy? Is he going to the mall? Is he actually fighting? It's really, really, really hard to know just off the face and torso. It really is the arms and the legs that are super important for selling. Like, you could take out the head completely, and the pose is still going to read as like, oh, this guy's gonna punch me. You know what I mean? Like, this is, like, it doesn't matter what face I put in here. The legs and arms are almost, like, as important as the face for selling and conveying the action or like, emotion of the pose. And I think you can get that with things like sadness as well, or sorrow, or anger, or, you know, violence, or seduction. Whatever emotion you want to put in there. A lot of the times, when they're really, really well sold, it's because the arms and the legs also convey the emotion really well. I think a lot of artists put a lot of stock in their development on the face, which is super important because the face is not like a spot you should ignore your skill development. But I think people often underlook posing a little bit too much. And I think when you work with animators, I think a lot of animators sort of intuitively know that posing sort of helps sell the emotion almost, you could argue, more than the face. Now, you know, there's a strong argument that basically you're adding too much information compared to just the face, but I could give you a pose like this and I can make him sort of like, you know, angry or whatever. I don't know how to draw Naruto angry, but I could draw him angry. I could draw him, you know, he's happy or like neutral faced here, and this one's smiling. Like, it doesn't really matter what face I put in there. The arms and the legs are going to convey most of the information. And so I just think a lot of people don't really consider that enough when they're designing characters or they're trying to convey an emotion with their character. I don't know why I answered that question. Somebody asked me something that just like triggered. I was like a sleeper agent, dude. You like triggered me. Tilt on the shoulder, in the arm, in the shoulder. Sorry, hip joints indeed. A tilt on the shoulder and the arm and the shoulder and opposing leg. Shoulders go against the hip tilt or with. Doesn't really matter, dude. There's no like yes, no answer. All I'm saying is you just don't want it front on. You can tilt the shoulders to sort of like be symmetrical, or like not symmetrical, but aligned with each other. Most people, I think, usually will do like an offset like this. So if this is the shoulders up here, this is going to be the hips, and then they're going to add like a pinch here, and then a stretch here. If you're drawing a woman, you can usually think of it as like the bean. A lot of artists will talk about like the bean of the torso. This doesn't just apply to women, but you know, if you have one side that's pinched, you'll usually have one side that's stretched. And that's for a lot of posing. And you could push that even more. Like if it's a sitting pose, let's say, you're really pushing that now. If it's a standing pose, then, you know, something like this. You know, and then if the head's tilted that way, maybe I'll have it tilt this way. It doesn't really matter whether I tilt it that way or that way. Whatever vibe you want. But not quite what they asked, but yeah, for the new information. I don't even know what I was answering. Fire Force? Okay, we did get some requests there. I could probably find another one to like illustrate Fire Force. Let's see. Every example I can find in anime or like shonen animes is just dudes like punching. So, you know, you get the point. You get the point. So in a walk cycle, for example, how would the joints overlap? Fuck. Well, they would basically like they would elevate and lower. You know, if one's going up, one's probably lowering, because all the weight's going to be borne on one leg over the other, and then you're alternating between the two. Tube Disaster, thank you for the follow. I love men pectorals. Thank you for the follow, dude. Don't we all? I'm trying to think if I have like an example I could give. It's don't overthink it. If you're doing a walk cycle, front on, let's say, and this character is stepping with this foot and then bringing this foot forward, this foot is going to be elevated, so there's going to be no weight on it. All the weight's going to be on this hip. This hip's probably going to go up, and this hip's probably going to drop, just naturally. And then if it's the opposite, then it'd be the opposite. You know? And then you just basically switch between the two. You alternate. Your body is going to have a really hard time sort of fighting against gravity. So most often than not, if you're pushing like weight up into a leg or a limb or whatever, like even like let's say you have a character who's like putting their arm on the ground, right? Like let's say you have a character, actually I think I might have actually drawn one not too long ago. Where the hell? No. Was it this one? Okay, whatever. I don't have the canvas open, but I did draw a girl who's like putting her arms down. Okay, and if you have like somebody putting their arm down, their shoulder's probably going to elevate a little bit because the force is pushing up into their shoulder. You can't, I mean, you can push against it, obviously, but if you're talking about something that feels organic, if I tell you to do a handstand, unless you're, well, handstands are not a good example, but if I have you lean against the wall and put your arm against the wall and then shift all of your weight into that arm, your arm is probably going to shift back a little bit to compensate for that push, you know? But these aren't like absolutes. Like I could, push against that force, and then I'm essentially doing like a one-arm bench press on the wall, which is not super duper effective. But the point is like you can counter these forces with your muscles and contracting them and all that stuff. But generally speaking, if you apply a force to something without any counter force, it's gonna push it in that direction like universally. And most people don't walk with like their legs like as straight and erect as possible, pushing against the force of gravity as hard as they can, because they would look insane. It'd be the weirdest walk ever. Does it not work anymore? Is the bot not working? It might not be. Let me see if I can fix it real quick. I've been having a lot of issues with Songify lately, unfortunately. No, you're right. It's just not on right now for some reason. It keeps disconnecting my Twitch. Give me a second here. Connect. You gotta go tech mode right now. Let me figure this shit out. Oh yeah, no, I think I am having like Songify issues. This happened like last stream also. We might just have to say no Songify for today, because I feel like I was supposed to actually fix it after stream and I totally forgot. But yeah, it's kind of fucked right now, guys. So, hopefully you don't feel too bad about spending your 5 channel points, but you're not getting them back, unfortunately. But yeah, anyways, the idea with like hips and stuff is if it's the load bearing hip, it's probably going to go up, unless it's like a very specific situation where you're pushing against it. But I wish PCAT started dropping animation tutorials. I don't even think she wasn't an animator. She was like a concept artist, wasn't she? Actually, she was like a programmer. She probably can animate. I feel like the nice thing about like developing draftsmanship is that you can pick up animation pretty easily. A little bit more easier than developing your draftsmanship abilities, for sure. Like, if you're a strong draftsman, getting into animation, it's not going to be easy, but it's going to be easier. Because a lot of animation relies on sort of understanding, like, movement and, movement in space, mostly. And a lot of draftsmen sort of intuitively know that stuff. Timing and spacing is probably, like, the weird one. If you're, like, mostly a draftsman, it's gonna be a little bit difficult to wrap your head around, like, timing and spacing. Corvin Cult, thank you for the follow. I will say there's not a lot of animation like focused content on YouTube, or at least not as many as like art focused content. So you are kind of right, Symphony, that it would be interesting to see a lot more artists sort of produce more content around animation. Not me though. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was a vibe, yeah. Look, man, if I had more time, I would totally do more content. I just... Even, like, the reels and shells, like, oh, man, I don't know if I can keep doing this forever. Maybe I'll make another one someday. Be the change you want to see? Yeah, maybe. Maybe one day. Let's make this a little bit more red. The last animation stream, you spent the entire time yapping instead of animating? Why are you telling me this like it's supposed to be shocking to me? I know. And I got like nothing done on it. I still have so many animation projects that I need to like finish. I don't like how blue this is. I'm gonna shift the hue a little bit to purple in these regions. Just because I feel like the blue just doesn't really show like blood too much in these like thin skin layers. Hey, I'm back. How was your anime session, dude? You're not made for animation streams. I'm really not. When you gotta draw like 100 drawings, and people ask you questions every like 2 minutes, it's so hard to get shit done. I just need to start neglecting chat, dude. I just gotta become an abusive streamer. And give you guys all streamer issues. Pretty good, not gonna lie. That's what I like to hear. What kind of hair color should this guy have? I feel like right now he's all gray, so I should contrast it a little more. What anime are you watching? Are you doing like, because you always disappear at the same time every week. Is it like One Piece or like some sort of like weekly thing that releases at the same time? What's a good contrasting color to blue? I feel like this is going to be a little weird. Kind of. I have a few lined up from every new season. Today I was watching one called Scum of the Braves, which I feel like is underestimated when I started based. She's surprisingly good. Let's see, yellow. Everybody's saying yellow. I had the same idea. I just don't really want to do too much yellow. Feels very weird right now. You know what? I think I'm gonna choose my my other colors in a bit. For now, we're just going to stick to this really limited palette. I need to fuse whatever layer this is on. This is line. Line, and then... Make a folder for this. Lock it. I'm trying to find... I think I've over-rendered the face. I should have probably done flats first, but you know. You have any literacy background, or are you gonna freestyle and write your comics? Oh, do I have, like, any background in writing? I have no background in writing. I've slowly started building up, whatchamacallit, like, some hard rules that I want to stick to in terms of, like, you know, how I want to structure panels, how many panels I want to use per page, how many sections I want to have per page for those panels. So I'm creating, like, guidelines. And then that's going to sort of make it so that, you know, I don't have to think as hard. And then it's just kind of come down to, do I break these guidelines in certain areas or not? I like, when I draw, I try and give myself some sort of guardrail. And then if the choice is to break that guardrail, it's deliberate. Are those guidelines arbitrary, or are they based off something? They're based off a few YouTube videos I watched. So Avail, who's a streamer here on Twitch, sent me a bunch of YouTube videos on how to structure manga panels and how to sort of think about, like, manga. And so I took a bunch of notes in, like, a OneNote document. And my goal is essentially to take those into consideration whenever I'm planning out my panels and writing and stuff. And an example of that, for let's say this is page 1, okay? This is just an example of sort of a guideline. And this is not something that I would do on every single page, but let's say this is page 1 and this is page 2. Page 1, the final panel, there's this thing called payoff and delivery in manga production. And this works in, like, media, most media, okay? But, like, generally speaking, what you would do is you would have blah, 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 you have your panels, and then the last panel is setup. It's setup, and then the first panel of the next page is payoff. So basically, think of, like, you know, a fight's about to break out, and the characters are talking mad shit, and then right here, they all turn their head at the last second, and they're like, what's that in the doorway? And then, boom, you see the big bad hero or villain or whatever, you know? And then you instantly are like, oh, shit, you know? You flip the page, you go, oh, shit, homeboy's here, you know, or whatever. You know, so that's, like, an example of, like, setup and payoff. So you could consider things like that to continue the readers, like, to keep the reader sort of, like, interested, and formatting your panels in a way where you're sort of maximizing on the viewer's enjoyment. And if you structure things like this, you know, it's not like you just turn a page and then you instantly see who the big bad guy is while seeing the setup up here, but you're, like, peripherally, you could see the thing, and it doesn't hit as hard because it's not a big page flip or whatever. You know what I mean? So that's something to consider. Readability. So another example would be, like, let's say you have a panel like this, and then, you know, another panel like this, and then maybe some panels like this, and then maybe this, or whatever. I'm just making shit up here. But, like, you want things to read well. So I wouldn't put, like, a speech bubble here, and then have another speech bubble here, and then another speech bubble here. Even though you read right to left, this is a really weird way to look at things. Normally you would start top right for, like, the first speech bubble, and then maybe you'd have the other speech bubble, like, here, and then maybe the characters are looking in that direction. So things like that are sort of like little things. They're not, like, hard rules, but they're considerations that I want to take in mind when I'm planning my panels. Another thing is it's something called a focus panel. So it's essentially, it's a panel on most pages it's the primary panel of that page. And it's the sort of, like, more focal area that the viewer is going to pay attention to. And you can think of it as being, like, an establishing shot for, like a new environment, or a character doing some sort of action, or threatening, or whatever you can come up with. It's up to you, really. But these are all little things that I want to keep in mind as I'm developing my panels to sort of ensure that, you know, I'm doing things well. And now, I've never written a manga or a comic before. Do I know that this is absolutely the way that things have to be done? I have no clue, dude. I have no idea. Okay? But I'm going to try that out. It gives me sort of a thing to try out. And then from there, I can figure it out. That's really interesting. You have no idea how real what you said is. I read the exact same plot twist literally this evening. Oh yeah. I mean, it's a generic trope in like most comics or anime or whatever, is like the you know, the setup for the big bad guy entering the scene or whatever. But are you gonna print backwards like traditional manga? I think so. I think the goal is to make it like a manga and not like a Western comic. It's just sort of, that's where my heart's at, dude, you know? Who says a white boy can't write a manga, you know? We're gonna give it a try. God forbid a white boy catch a vibe. Exactly. I feel like at this point, manga is like international enough and generalized enough that it's not like, I don't particularly think it's going to make too much of a difference. I think it's been done before. I'm not going to be the first to do it. Guys, I know this is going to surprise you, but I got to piss again. I'm feeling so pissy right now. I had a bunch of coffee before stream. Oh, speaking of pissing in vain. I remember one time I had to explain to someone that they don't need to live in Japan to make a manga. No, it's formatting. It's basically like, it's just like structure stuff. Like, do you want to use like a Western font? Do you want to use like another one? Do you want to use like a, you know, an Eastern font? Whatever. It's up to you, really. Gotta go, great hangs. I appreciate you coming out, Con. I'll catch you next time. Peace out, dude. I'm gonna take a leak. I'll be right back, guys. Guys, I'm just gonna be a little bit longer. I'm gonna make something to eat real quick, and then we'll be back. All right. I just haven't eaten yet today. I'll be right back. Fuck. We back. How you guys doing? Just realized the coughing was part of the howling recording. What did you thought I was just coughing every time somebody followed? Speaking of followers, I heard you guys following me. Don't think you don't get a little thank you. Z Soulface, thank you for the follow. Purge Slus Kai, thank you for the follow. You guys caught me while I was microwaving chicken, but you know, we're back now. It's hot as shit though, so I'm gonna pace myself on this one, but I will be eating. This is the ASMR segment of the stream. Snack, can you critique the thing I sent like an hour ago? Pretty please, cherry on top. Okay, after I'm done eating, I'll go over your stuff, alright? Give me a sec. Ooh, wait, that's hot as fuck. Oh my god. Just remind me. If I say I'm done eating and I don't immediately go into your thing, just remind me, because I totally just forgot, but... Holy shit. I made a bunch of chicken thighs last night, so I gotta go through those, like, today, basically. I don't know how long chicken stays good for, but... Right now, I'm making an animatic out of my half-done storyboard. Dope, dude. Speaking of storyboards, Dave, have you been storyboarding? You can't give up, bro. You gotta maintain it. You're meant to do storyboards. It's in your blood, dog. I'm not just like hyping you up. For real, you can't not do them. Is there a way to figure out timing for something like this without it just being trial and error? Guessing, reference, you know. When I say guessing, I mean like an educated guess. Like, think of how long it would take for you to do an action and then do that. Or, you know, whatever. Shit like that. Enjoy your lurk, Nox. Thank you for joining. My pleasure. Hell yeah, dude. Hopefully we catch you next time. I'm at exactly 4,444 channel points. Is this Aura? I don't know. Is it chat? You know who you should ask, Jadu? If he's open to it? You should ask Dave. Because his boards are pretty cracked. Snack, I have to do a boring essay about AI for my English class. Tragic, bro. I don't know what to tell you. What are you thinking? Glaze mode, or are you going like Doomer mode? Eating in silence while watching nothing? Like the good old days. Lately, I haven't boarded, mostly practiced painting and drawing. I don't have a lot of inspiration for boards, but painting's been pretty fun. Oh, that sucks, dude. You got boarding in your blood, bro. I genuinely don't think I've met somebody your age who's as skilled as boarding as you are, so it'd be a shame to see you give up on that. Is Dave not like 40? Bro, he's like fucking 18, 19, isn't he? I'm 20, same difference. In my head, Dave's always been an old-ass dude. Like in his mid-40s. Oh my god. I think I'd like to try boarding with more direction or a brief rather than coming up with stuff. Oh, okay. To be honest, Dave, it's probably because your name's Dave. I feel like Dave is a very, like, Gen X name. A lot of, like, guys that are, like older are called Dave. I feel like you don't meet a lot of younger guys these days called Dave, you know? It's like the name, well, I'm trying to think of like a name to like compare it to that like sounds old. Bob, I guess, is very similar. Bob's a lot more generic though. Dave's like not a bad name. Phil, I know young Phil though, so it's hard for me. Steve's another one, yeah. What if I named my kid Sponge and gave him the last name Bob? I mean, that's completely legal. I guess you can do that. Gotta go. Take care, Snack. Alright, peace, Symphony. I appreciate you coming out. Catch you next time. Bob L'Eponge. Close enough. It's Bob L'Eponge. So the L, you'd have an apostrophe after the L. Eponge means sponge. So it'd be Bob L apostrophe Eponge. Actually, there are some countries that have crimes against naming your child, a ridiculous thing. I think there was a big argument about it because some neo-Nazis named their child Hitler. Yeah, that's probably not good. I would imagine. You know what? I'm probably okay with that. I think free speech is like fucking bullshit, dude. I don't think everything should just be free speech. I'm not a free speech absolutist. And as I get older, and as the internet gets more insane, I almost feel like you probably should need some form of, like, online identification. We're gonna get into, like, dystopian discussions for sure, but I'm way far gone on that one. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna rinse this plate and wash my hands, and then we're gonna look at Piss's work. All right. I'm not 100% sure, but like in a Christian country like Poland, if you name your kid that's not in the Bible, you can't get them baptized or some shit like that. It sounds extreme. Also, I don't know what style of boards you're doing. I don't like sitcom style TV boards. I prefer more dynamic stuff. Yeah, I feel that too. But yeah, when I say like restricting speech, I mean more around like media responsibility. I feel like you probably should need some form of licensing to be a journalist. I don't think you could just be like some crackpot lunatic on the internet, just like spouting about like media control and like a global cabal of like lunatics and elites or whatever, or just talking about like flat Earth. Like I feel like if you're an official media source, you probably should have some sort of regulation and licensing around what you say. I think a lot of the issues we have today come from just the free-for-all that we have on the internet, where any freak or lunatic can just go online and just spew misinformation and brainwash tons of people. I name my child Beelzebub and get him baptized, I guess. Technically, it's a biblical name, right? Okay, let's jump into Piss's work. Let's see what Piss has done for us. Let's jump into Piss real quick. Oh, Piss. Where are you? Fuck. Okay. Piss, where are you? Ah, there you are, Piss. Wait, is that you? Are you the... Where's your drawing? I don't see it. Are you cocaina now? Okay, cocaineka. Can't just settle on a name, huh? New year, new you, is that it? Whoa, you said it right. Oh, your boy can read. I went to high school. All right, cocaineka. Usually, you're reading at a 4th grade level. That's because I just don't want to make you guys feel bad about how smart I am. Alright. I should just have one of the mods permanently change your name to Piss on Discord, just so it doesn't confuse me when you change your name every month. I mean, it looks good. You're doubling down on the wide space between the eyes. I think that's totally cool. I just think there's a little bit of a flow missing between the eyebrows that I think you could improve a little bit. I'm trying to think how I would improve this. Let's see. I'm going to bump up the opacity. I'm just going to do a paint over. Luckily, it's in grayscale, so I don't have to think about color, which is nice. I think, you know, a little bit softer on the edges. Like, you see up here, there's like, you can see the paint strokes. I think if you used a bigger brush and built those transitions up a little bit more subtly, it would feel a little bit smoother. Adding too many blemishes and stuff to skin tends to, you know, it becomes, it muddies things a little bit. I do kind of like what you did down here. It feels very, like, intentional and textural. I think you could keep that. But I think you would benefit from smoothing things out and also probably adding just a little more value there. The nose is very crooked. It's like off-center. I'm going to straighten the nose. I'm going to add a little bit of value here and then blend it out. I'm going to soften this area here. Because there's such a wide gap here, you're implying that she has like a really, really strong brow by having that much shadow underneath there. Rhinoplasty. Yeah, exactly. The nose, funny enough, is in the right spot down here, but it was just on an angle up there. And I assume, maybe, do you flip your canvas a lot? This brow feels too high to me. I'm going to lower it. I'm going to get rid of that hairpiece. I felt like it was too much. There's too much symmetry here with these hairpieces. I think less is more in this case. I'm going to extend the shadow with the brow over here. Softening things a little bit more again. Hey, Cat Snack. How are you? I hope yes. Good drawing. Yes, indeed. I'm doing great, dude. How you doing, Jessica? Right now we're going over a critique for a viewer. So this isn't actually my drawing. This was drawn by one of my chatters called Pissing in Vain, whose name is right above yours. Mercure over on YouTube. Hello. How you doing, dog? So I'm just sort of softening a lot of this stuff. I'm getting rid of a lot of the scratchy sort of textural stuff I'm seeing. Oh shit, I'm painting on your thing. I was like, why does that feel so weird? Just want to make sure I'm not painting on anything but my layer here. We're going to smooth all this out, like I said. I'm adding a little bit of a water, like, tear duct line here. I think I've overdone it, so I'm just going to wash that out by just dragging this color over it. Just makes things pop around the eye a little bit more. I also think the shadows under this eye feel like way darker than this one, which seems extreme. Yeah, they are a little bit darker. So I'm just going to make these a little lighter. Because this whole section here is on the light side, so it's not gonna be as harsh. See how that just feels a little nicer? Will I one day get Snack's approval? That's right, when you lack wisdom, you ask a higher being. Good night, bot. Sorry, I don't understand, but it's okay. It is okay. You don't have to understand. You just need to look at the screen. See what I'm drawing, you know? I'm adding a little bit of a bounce light here. just to help that silhouette read. I'm going to go way darker around here. I'm going to go almost basically pure black in these regions to help things pop more. I'm only going to go pure black right along the edge there. Everything else I'm just going to kind of wash out. It's just going to help vignette the face. I'm going to paint over your signature. Because, just cuz. I don't know where her neck is. She needs a little bit of a neck here. So I need to determine, you know, what her clothes is. I'm going to put her in like a t-shirt. So she's going to have a neck. I'm going to give her a very long, elongated neck, kind of like what Cynics would do, because I feel like that's going to rock your world, because I think that's your style a little bit. I'm going to have a lost edge here on the neck, so there's going to be some dark shadows here. It's going to just sort of blend into the neck, and we're not really going to be able to tell where the neck starts and ends. Just for funsies, why not? And then I'm going to take a hard round brush because it's going to be a lot quicker to just paint all of this in. I'm not going to go that dark, actually, but I'm going to go a little darker than what we have here. Just on this side, just because it's the shaded side, and then I'm going to just sort of see how I can blend this out and wash it out, because it is too dark for me right now. But I just feel like there needs to be some sort of value differential from the hair. Maybe not. I just don't think there's enough value range. I'm going to darken the irises just to help things pop a little bit more. Also going to center them. She feels a little cockeyed right now. And it's still a little cockeyed. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to paint this whole thing in. Snack, is the request still broken? It is. Sorry, dude. I haven't fixed it. Looks kind of like she's staring into your soul a little bit too much now. How do we want this to look? We want it to look a little subtle. But we want the eye direction to be consistent. I think that's fine. I'm just gonna add some shadow under, or some highlight underneath there. I'm gonna darken a little bit of the under eye here, just a bit more. Just to have a little bit of a plane difference, and then I'm gonna blend it in. I'm gonna add, again, a little bit of a waterline here. Again, super duper subtle. I'm trying to highlight the lightest value here. I don't want it to be as bright as it is on the other side, but I want it to read still. I want to work within sort of the value range I've established. It's still not good enough. See, something like that. Do we feel how much more it pops? You see what I'm saying? Eye direction was changed a little bit. I could brighten the highlight a little bit. I'm absorbing the information like a sponge boy Bob. Good, good. Ugh, my partner's black. He does all the cooking. I can't cook for shit. Dope, dope. Okay. I'm probably also gonna still add more of a vignette here. I'm using these sort of like really dark areas to paint very literal shapes. I think you just need to punch up a lot of your values a bit more. Maybe not there. Eyebrows usually have this sort of like feathery, sort of like faded out look, I find. And the darkest point is not usually around here, it's usually around here. So if you're adding like dark values to a brow, you're gonna put it more over there, and this is actually gonna get lighter as you move away. So you can actually wash this out quite a bit. I'm gonna add a little tiny little sliver of a line here going through that's a little higher value. And I'm gonna wash it out. Blend it out with the shadow here. The little one. Just to show like where the bone is. How do I go about the hair? More value range. So if I'm color picking, let's say your beautiful baby girl here. Let's color pick. I gotta go to your layer here. Let's color pick the hair. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a brush. I'm gonna go real big with it. And I'm just gonna add sort of a value around here. That might read better. I don't know if I actually like that much. What you could do is you could do a lost edge on the highlight side. So, because this side is lighter, you could sort of do this, like, lost edge stuff where you blend it into the background, following the curvature of the head. If you want to do something, like, sort of like artsy, I guess. If you want to leave the background flat, you could do that too. I like doing lost edges. I don't do them all the time, but sometimes I do, and it's kind of fun. But it becomes sort of like a design element in itself. It just sort of depends on like what the look you're going for is. If you want to do it, you can. If you don't want to, it's fine too. And then some edges are lost, some are a little bit more like, defined. Now you would do that obviously a little bit more everywhere, with a little bit more of a deliberate like feel. I've overdone it a bit, but that's just like an idea you could explore. If you want to keep it hard, you could totally do that too. I don't know what to do. I basically woke up hella late. Well, Merker, just start drawing. I left one solid value instead of trying to fuck around with it too much. I'm trying to think. I don't really know. There's like... You could do like lost edges, you could do, you know, whatever. I just... I feel like you gotta define a little bit more what's going on down here. Like, is she wearing like a shirt, a turtleneck? Like, what's the deal, you know? Like, what is this collar? I mean, I know I added it, but just like... Pretend you did. What is it? Is it like a turtleneck? Is it not? But I don't know what to draw. I'm on an art block once again. Just start drawing eyeballs and then go from there. I know I said I was going to make this longer. I think this eye's like too small relative to the other one. For the hair, dude, I would just sort of, you know, like, there's nothing super wrong with what you have now. I just think your value ranges aren't, like, pushed enough. And by that, I mean, you want to lean more into dark value ranges rather than sort of the light ones you have, you know? Because it's a very dark value of hair, and so you don't want to push too light. You want to stay within sort of the value range you've established already. Hair's probably going to tuck around here, so maybe you want to darken that area. Clean up this edge here. I don't know. These are just ideas, okay? They're not, like, things you have to do, but... These loose hairs, I can't tell where they're originating from. And I don't think it's because I painted over it. They're just not, like, clear to me. I'm going to repaint them, but I think your hairline needs to be a little bit more defined. What if I fall back asleep again? I got hit with another food coma. Does that sound so bad? That doesn't sound so bad. I'm just going to do a rough little soft hairline here. And clear all this, like, extra stuff out. I'm going to add them after, but... Now I'm just gonna find this a little bit more. And all I'm doing is pushing and pulling here. You could just do like a very soft implication of a hairline. It doesn't have to be like anything too crazy. Just so long as it feels like it's wrapping the shape of the head. Same with these guys up here. Oops. Now what I would do is take like a piece of hair and then just sort of originate it from one of these regions. Maybe it's this one here. I don't like that. I think it should wrap the head a little bit more. I'm going to use a hard edge brush here. I think I'm gonna remove the laugh lines because she looks old and it pisses me off. You could just make them more subtle. Like these regions here. You just need to make this transition smoother. And then add a lighter value up top here. And it's gonna make her feel a little bit more youthful. Like there's like volume in there. Generally speaking, the edge of the lip here, I typically go very, very, very soft. And I kind of blend it in a little bit. Like, I really want to make this a really gradual transition here. I'm gonna get rid of this highlight. I'm gonna drag this out a little bit just to make it feel a bit fuller. Blending it out. Flatten this a bit. And I feel like that just feels a bit more youthful. You could also have this pop out a bit more. Mouth is also a bit crooked. I don't think I did that. I think it's just kind of like that, but... It's just your edges. Your edges aren't like... They're very harsh transitions. I also feel like the chin is a little wide for a lady. You're going to feminize her a little bit more by narrowing the chin in. Anyways, these are all just little improvements that I think help. I think I've overdone it on the lip here, but... Lips are weird because you basically just play with the shape until you're happy with it. You know, there's no like good, right or wrong lip shape. It really just comes down to the individual and how you feel like it works with the piece. I'm softening up sort of these like shadow regions here, or if I'm gonna make it like a hard shadow, I'm gonna make it like really sort of just restricted to like where the nose is. I push the value on the corner of this lip here, on the plan, the side of this lip here. It's just going to make it, again, make it feel more fuller. And I took the light value that I used for the waterline here. I'm just going to do the same thing on this side, but I'm going to use a less bright value. And then just blend it out. I think it's too much on this side, so I'm going to tone it down just a bit. Oops. Anyways, those are sort of like the major changes that I would do. I could keep pushing and pulling this forever, but that's the gist of it. It's mostly pushing your values, being a little bit more deliberate with your shapes and your edge transitions. That's what I would say. Values, value range. Edge, transitions, and clarifying. There you go. Less edging, alright, got it. I added the notes in the Discord, so you can peep it there if you want, but for now I'm just gonna delete this and then we'll get back to from my freaking boy. Does that mean more gooning? Exactly. That was my feedback. Did you change your name to Piss, or did one of the mods do it? Your name's Piss on Discord now. I don't know if you're aware, but... Boba did? Excellent. I feel like I need like a smaller keyboard. My keyboard is so off to the side, I get like shoulder cramps from the angle my hand's at just to hit the Control Z all day. Okay, I don't really like the way this guy's hair looks. I don't really like actually anything about the way this guy's rendered. I'm just gonna restart. Fuck it. Excuse me. Okay. I'm gonna go a little different with the color palette here. And I think I'm gonna determine my flats before I do anything. Pissing on feet? Don't give her a boner, dude. Okay, how do I want to do this? Let's do... I don't know. What's a color I don't use a lot? I don't think that exists. You gotta be kidding me, I'm on the wrong layer. Okay. Hello, sir. What's up? What up, Firkin How you doing? I took a mini nap, but I'll see if I can draw anything. Do it, dude. Take it. Whoa. Take your nap. Or actually, you took your nap. Draw something. I would say just start putting pen to paper, dude. Doesn't matter what you're drawing. Just try something and then go from there. You gotta sort of get your brain warmed up before it enjoys the process of drawing. You can't just... Whoa. You can't just expect it to... jump right into it and be like locked in, you know. You need to get the engine warmed up a bit is what I find. But That's why if ever you guys hear me getting quiet, that's usually a good sign. If ever I'm not talking on stream, it's a good sign. It usually means that I'm like locking in. I'm getting a little bit more focused. What song is this? This one? This is I Need More Rinse by Farmhouse. How do you choose colors? Vibes. Right now, vibes. I don't have like a... God damn, dude. I gotta blow my nose one sec. I got like a... I got a boogie. Where's my eraser? What the fuck? Oh. Booger face, that's right. Any booger eaters in chat? I always got mad boogies. I don't eat my boogers, guys. I was baiting you guys to see if any of you guys ate your boogers, but you all passed, so congrats. I'm gonna go opposite color here. A little bit more desaturated, I think. He looks like the Joker? Fuck, now I gotta change it completely. I can't, this is unacceptable. I can't have him looking like the Joker. There we go. Who needs to cook when you have unlimited boogies? It's the endless food source, dude. It's a hack. The one thing nobody wants you to know. Farmers certainly don't. What was I doing? I color picked this. Opposite side is going to be like reddish. I don't know how I feel about that. Let's do this the easy way. A little dark. Sustainable agriculture. That's right. Can vegans eat their own boogers? Technically an animal product, so I don't think you could. Can vegans chew their own nails? Is chewing your nails cannibalism? So many questions. If vegans can suck dick, they can eat their own boogers. Well, I think they could probably suck meat. Could they not? Could they not suck on like a hot dog or something? Well, the hot dog water would have calories, so I guess they're consuming it. They're not eating dick though. They're sucking dick. It's different. They can't swallow. There you go. They can suck, just not swallow. Exactly. How do I feel about this? Sorry, I'm a vegan, so I'm not comfortable choking on it. Bounce on it. Crazy style. Did I give him, like, lipstick? Now he really looks like the Joker. Fuck, he just looks like an alt Joker. I can't... Every version of this dude I draw just looks like the fucking Joker. Alright, let me... I really gotta swap his color palette. Now we're getting into, like, JoJo territory. Why is it that all my characters look like JoJo characters? Color palette, at least. I like the green and purple color palette. I don't know why. I was getting Jinx vibes. Honestly, based. I'll take that. Kiwo, what the hell? They hate him because he told the truth. Boom, 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 boom. Hiwo, it's always I don't know why I called you Hiwo. Kimdo, it's always very strange to hear you talk about stuff like that, because to me, you're the most well-adjusted chatter here. I don't know why. You say the least sus things, but then when you say some sus thing, it's always like crazy, and I'm like, oh, that caught me so off guard. It's like seeing like a dog meow. You know what I mean? It's so unnatural to hear. I should do this on another layer. Wait, should I work on my on a character design or work on my OC's pets? Ooh, so many choices, dude. I have no idea. I can't make that choice for you. Only you know the answer. Whatever your heart compels you to do, dog. Does he look like an edgelord, guys? I kind of want him to look like an edgelord. I don't want him to look like the Joker, though. That's lame. Is there usually color in storyboards? No. Almost never. Maybe if you're using it to differentiate like foreground, midground, and stuff like that, you could use like grayscale values. Or if, like I've seen like in like a lot of like pick a number between 1 and 3, 1. I've seen like in like things like arcane storyboards and stuff like that, they'll add color to like the character moving around, usually like yellow or orange, to differentiate them from the background, but generally speaking, nah. Green and purple's my favorite color combo. It just works really well, dude. It is unfortunate that it is very Joker-esque, though. I don't know how I feel about that. How crazy do I want to go with this? Ooh, that's kind of sick. Isn't that sick? I don't know if it's sick or not. I'm really bad at like gauging color and like value and stuff. Part of me feels like it's sick, but also part of me feels like it looks stupid. What if I lighten it a little bit? He looks very cool, dog. Thank you, dog. I'm gonna lighten it so it's a little more subtle. Oops, I overdid it there. Too subtle. Would it be pointless to add a singular color to differentiate characters? So like one character constantly green and another character constantly purple, for example? No, it'd be smart. That's a good way to do it. That's probably the way it's mostly done, to be honest. That's probably what the colors are for. I've never done storyboards, but I reckon that that's why. How weird would it look if I just started blending this shit? Having the shadows be like brighter than the actual skin tone is kind of insane, but I wonder if there's a way to make it work. Am I crazy enough to figure it out? It's probably not gonna work, but... It just kind of looks like he's bottom lit, you know? He could possibly be a closeted gay man. What are you talking about? I don't like this. I don't like it at all. Actually, don't hate it as much here. I have no idea what I'm doing here, guys. I'm just doing weird shit and hoping it works. So far, not so good. Okay, let's just do it the classic way I always do things. Normally I would put it on a dark background, but I'm trying to draw on a light background here. Okay, fuck it. We're gonna add a dark background. What up, Leo? How you doing? Still drawing. It's Merkur. I just missed Dino Dance emotes. Oh, gotcha, dude. I didn't realize you were the same person. I've told you this beforehand. Oh, trust me, I believe you. I still don't remember. My memory is not very trustworthy. You're so oddly quiet, I thought you went somewhere. No, I'm still here, dude. I'm just locking in. You're more than welcome to talk if you want. I'll answer you. I'm just trying to figure this out right now. I'm currently applying your critique. Hell yeah, dude. Oh my god, like that. What up, Riri? How you doing? Why can't I hear nothing? You're deaf, dude. You just gotta turn me up, that's all. I'm not talking, that's why. I hear now. She's cured, guys. We did it. There's nothing I can't do. Rat got mad at us and was giving us the silent treatment. That's so not true, dude. I'm in a good mood today. My shoulder's killing me, but I'm in a good mood. Ironically, not the shoulder that's actually injured. It's the other one. Why wouldn't he when he calls you rat? Or when you call him rat? Exactly. You're giving me reasons to get mad. I'm feeling the wolf within me come out, dude. The wolf within me's coming. Snack, how does it feel to be old? It sucks. I wish I could be 20 again. Oh, fuck. My joints recovered so much better. Don't get old, guys. I'm serious. If you can avoid it. Almost done cleaning my house. So that's great, but got shit to do after. Oh no, not shit. Snack, how popular are vapes in Canada? Like those jewel pods? I don't know. I hate vapes. I genuinely avoid people with vapes. If you vape, I probably actually won't invite you to my house. It's like one of the most annoying habits for me. So I avoid vapors. But they are, I guess, probably as popular as they would be in the US. I don't think they're like... Canada's not like uniquely insulated from vape usage. So normal cigs are more welcome in your house? No, actually. My hatred of vapes comes from cigarettes. And the fact that everybody who vapes does it because they claim that they're trying to quit, and then they end up just fucking consuming like 20 times more nicotine. They're popular. I was surrounded with them at school. That's another thing. I'm a millennial. I feel like vapes are definitely like a Gen Z thing, you know? Like, to the point I couldn't use the bathroom in peace because it's just constant vaping. That sucks, dude. I'd be snitching, bro. I'd be a little Karen. Maybe not in high school, because I don't want to get my ass beat. But if somebody was vaping at my work, like at the office, I'd be narking on their ass so fast. The vapes are for children? That's right. They're like Twix. Or Trix, what is it? Whatever that cereal is. Tricks are for kids or whatever. That's funny, because I started vaping THC after I quit smoking weed, but then I realized they equally sucked, and all I needed to do was to have my dealer arrested, which happened by itself, and I didn't plan it. There you go. Problem solved. Gen X rocks. Seville, we got a Gen Xer in chat. Very nice. Like rocks. Like literal rocks. Like material deposits. I'm in a weird spot because I'm 1994, so I'm basically between like millennial and Gen Z. But I feel like I identify more with like Gen Z culturally. But I feel like I have the diversity of like a millennial. And by diversity, I just mean diversity of skill set. Something about being a millennial, it's weird because I feel like both boomers and like Gen Z equally don't know how to use technology. In just like completely different ways. I don't know why. Maybe I'm like very biased, but I feel like millennials are the most locked in on like technology. Hard like rocks, latchkey kids. That's right. I was kind of a latchkey kid too, I suppose. When I was a kid, I would just ride my bike around the neighborhood with my boys, you know, getting up to no good. Those days are gone though, I think. I think. Snack, do you want to see what I pooped out listening to your advice? I'll post it in Art Showcase. Alright, go for it, dude. Show me your poop. Mercury over on YouTube says, also, apparently there's smoke breaks in a few high schools now. That's crazy, bro. That can't be real. Not even legal. I guess if you live in Quebec, can you buy cigarettes? You can buy cigarettes in Quebec at 18. Ooh, that fucks, dude. That fucks hard. I lived through the evolution of the internet and the CPU. My first CPU only had 5 gigabytes. I think I had 128 kilobytes of RAM. Crazy, dude. I feel like I feel like Gen X is also very savvy with technology. I think it depends, I guess, like what end of Gen X you are. Like my mom's technically a Gen X because I think she's in her. Actually, is my mom a Gen X or is she a boomer? My mom's in her 50s. I don't know if that would make her a Gen X or a boomer. Let's see, Gen X timeline. Between 1965 and 1980. Yeah, she's probably Gen X then. She's 57, I think. 58? I can't remember how old my mom is. Something like that. One of those two. Boomer, I think? Really? My dad's definitely a boomer, because my dad's like in his 60s, but... Maybe early boomer, a youthful boomer. That's me. I'm a youthful millennial. My sister's Gen X, though, because my sister's 47. Actually, she's 48. She just turned 48. Actually, what am I saying? She's 49. Damn. Is she 49? Yeah, she's 49. Snack, you're not a youthful millennial, you're 40. I'm 31, dog. Your sister's almost 50? Yeah. We're 17 years apart. And then my brother's 5 years younger than me. Oh, sorry, I should clarify, my mom and my sister, they're not blood related. She's my half-sister. We don't have the same mom. That would be fucking crazy. My mom's like 58 and my sister's like 49. That'd be insane. I should have clarified that from the start. My bad. Oops. Sorry. It's so like not a thing that I think about ever that I don't think about clarifying it. But there's a lot of times where I say that shit and people are like, "Wait a minute, what?" No, no, no. No, no, no. My dad started dating my mom when she was in her like late 20s and he was in his like mid 30s. Actually, I think my parents are 11 years apart. Snack, you're 40? I'm not 40, I'm 31. Yeah, Snack is 40. Yeah, I'm 40, dude. $400. But I look like I'm 10, dude. Something about the Canadian air. $11 years, that's my kind of age difference. My brother and me are 11 years apart. He's 32 this year. So you're 21? Your brother's the same age as me then, because I'm turning 32 this year. Piss, for whatever reason, I thought you were like 35. I don't know why. Just vibes. Riri, your horny is showing. Are you being horny in my chat, dude? We can't allow this. Oh my god, happy birthday, Snack. My birthday's in June. I feel like 10 years apart isn't incredibly unreasonable, is it? I mean, it depends on how old you are. I probably wouldn't date a 21-year-old. I follow the half your age plus 7 rule. I feel like that's a good rule. Like, if you're a fella. Both of my parents are Gen X. They had me really late. I don't know if I changed my dating preferences. Bruh, I'm too young for this convo. Yeah, I guess if you're like 18, you wouldn't be dating like an 8-year-old. That'd be crazy. You'd arrest that man. Guys, I think the half your age plus 7 rule, it works, dude. It just works. Like, let's say you're 30, half your age is like 15, the youngest you should date is like 22. Even that's like kind of young, but like, it gives you like a range, you know, that's like relatively appropriate. And it matches over time. So if you're like 40, half your age plus 7, 27 on the low end. That's not bad. That's a reasonable range. When I was 14, I had an 18-year-old boyfriend. Dude, you were a victim, dog. I don't know what to tell you. That's crazy. So did you make any new characters for your comic? I mean, it depends what you saw last. I did this guy, obviously, and then I started working on this guy. I don't know why his eyes are white, but... So I don't know if you saw those. My fiance is 8 years younger than me. Yeah, but you're in your 40s, dude. That's totally fine. Look, guys, I've banged half your moms, all right, and they're like almost 20 years older than me most of the time. So you don't hear me pissing and moaning. Snack likes him older. I don't have particular like preferences in terms of age. I think if I vibe with someone, I vibe with someone. Obviously outside of like extremes, but you just vibe with grannies especially? Well, you guys just talk mad shit, so I just feel inclined to bang all of your moms. It's not my fault. You guys have hot moms. I went a year younger, it was horrible, but then older guys are funky as hell. Damn, just can't win, huh? Piss, keep talking and I'll bang your brother too. I don't care. I'll be playing CS2 with you soon. Alright? We'll be throwing the old pigskin around. I really can't. This is why I'll stay single. My age group is so weird. I think the downside if you're a younger lady, I think is that younger guys are morons. Okay? Most guys don't know shit at like a certain age, and they're terrified of women, or they just don't know how to act, so they just make a fool of themselves. That also applies to ladies, by the way. Don't think because you're a lady, you're no longer an idiot at like 22 or 21 or whatever. You are. Bro, fuck off. I'm intelligent. Your name is Piss, dude. I rest my case. What up, Zenotos? How you doing? Did you bang all of my moms? Yeah, at the same time, Nancy. My name is not Piss. I'm looking at it right now. You've changed it like 10 times, and like 9 out of those 10 times had the word piss in it. I'm doing great. How about you? I'm good, dude. I'm actually going to take a little stretch break. I'm going to stretch my shoulder. I'm going to be a good boy. I'm going to stretch my shoulder. Exactly. So it's not just piss. I mean, piss is the recurring theme, you know? If I call myself Cat Snack, and then Ball Snack, and then like, I don't know, Snack Lack, or Snack Trap, and I kept doing that, and the recurring theme was Snack, you'd probably just assume my name is Snack. You're freaky, dude, but I like it. Amen, brother. Amen. I'm snapping. I'm snapping for you, dude. Preach. First time in my life I have piss in my name. Look, even if your name wasn't Piss, you come in here and ask me to draw feet and tell me that you jerk off the feet like every day. There's no getting out of this, alright? You're like my freakiest chatter, bro. Fart snack? That's right. One of my friends has been trying to set me up, but she doesn't even get the right type. What's the right type? Do you go by Piss for short? Or do you prefer your full name? Pissington. Pissington Vanectomy. What did I walk into? We're bullying a chatter. We're just ruining a chatter's life right now. We're like 47v1ing a chatter. You know, the ethical thing to do as a streamer, of course. How you doing, Kroski? Bully the piss guy? It's a girl, by the way. Even better. Kind of rude of you to assume that my horniest chatter is a dude, though. You should have known, Nancy. You should have known. The wrong type? My type? Maybe prettier than me? Humble. Very humble. Even better in what way? I just like the idea that, like, Nancy assumed you were a dude because you, like, talk about, like, feet. And you're, like, described as somebody being called Piss. Degeneracy transcends gender, guys, alright? It's not a black and white issue. Mrs. Pisses? That rules, dude. Both sexes thirsty? Yes, sir. Dog, what am I witnessing? Oh, you know what you're witnessing. Women don't really have, like, heavily hairy toes. I got hobbit feet, bro. My toes are hairy as shit. I like your avatar's buns. Are they buns? I feel like this is, like, too bright, you know? Who else is here is a degenerate woman, so I don't misgender again. You guys discuss amongst yourselves. Speaking of piss, my dick is full of it. I'm gonna be right back, alright? Bathroom break. Fuck. Alright, we're back. I don't like the direction this drawing's going. I'm gonna switch over to, I don't know, something else. Let's get rid of these under drawings. We're gonna get rid of the black background or gray background or whatever. Cap, hey, I'm doing this thing where I go to streamer to streamer and ask them what I should draw. Bonus sub if I like it. You should draw. I have no clue, dude. You should draw a character in a dynamic pose that has a face tattoo. Because that's what I'm gonna do. What layers? I gotta clean up my layers, bro. I got too much shit going on here. What's on this layer? I see nothing changing on the canvas. I think this layer is probably safe to just delete. I'm gonna delete it. Fuck it. What's on this layer? I don't see anything changing on the canvas. Might just delete also. Actually, you know what I should do? I should actually check, Can you draw Bob the bear? He's a bear that's kind of cartoonish and he's brown. She has a smile that's not open and his tongue is sticking out. I made him up. Unfortunately, Aiden, I don't do requests. Though I do appreciate the request, I suppose, but I will not be doing that. Sadly. Taller than me, so at least like 5'8", because I don't want to have short kids. Long hair buzzed, I like dark-haired guys, muscular with some chub, and I guess a dude that's gentle and expressive. That's reasonable. You know what? That's a reasonable request. I don't think that's crazy at all. And it's not because I basically fit that exact mold. Okay, I can make a poll for it. You can make a poll for it for what he should draw? Look, if they treat me well and my family well, we Gucci. Do they have to interact with your family a lot? I feel like I dated a girl who's like, every single week, dude, like every fucking week, she would always just be like, hey, we gotta go to my parents this weekend. I'd be like, really, dude? Do I gotta see your parents every fucking weekend? I've seen my parents like once in the last like 3 months, okay? Okay, I really don't think there's anything on this layer. I'm just gonna delete it. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna Control T and see if I move anything here. Oh, that's what that is. Okay, well, I don't need that guide anymore. I am gonna delete that. That was actually a very surprisingly calm and understandable body type choice. Usually people are like, I want a 9-foot Adonis with a 20-inch dick that could lift their building. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, I thought so too. Who are you talking to? Kimdo, he's talking to Mercure over on YouTube. Also, aka Leo over on Twitch. She was saying that she just wants a brown-haired fella who's over 5'8". Alright, I've been watching your bitch ass for 3 hours. I need to go and goon to feet. Bye-bye, chat. You're never beating the horny allegations, dude. Who knows? But it would be bad if when we do visit, they act like a little shit. Yeah. Obviously, you don't want people acting like a fool around your family and stuff, but... How am I meant to remember Piss is a girl? How could you forget, dude? The only chatter with Piss in their name. And their name is Orange. Piss, you should change your name to, like, bright yellow. Can I watch? Jadu. You're climbing up the ranks for horniest chatter, Jadu. I gotta get a fucking spray bottle emote, dude. Some of you guys are wildin'. Chat, you're more than welcome to fuck each other in your DMs, just not in the chat. That's all. That's all I asked for. Okay, there is stuff on this layer. There's nothing on this layer. This is embedded into my mind now. Good, Kroski. You and me both. Something tells me your freakiest chatters are of the female sect. You would be right. They are of the female sect. All of the horniest chatters are ladies here. When I stream, I assume everyone's a girl. At this point, I assume everyone in my chat is either a girl or a gay man. And whenever it's a straight dude, it always blows my mind. Which is weird, because I don't feel like I have, like, the sort of, like, discussions that would really cater to a normal, like, female audience, but here we are. Okay. Oh yeah, I was doing a guy over here. Forgot about that. You're the only straight man on Twitch. I'm definitely like probably like one of the few straight men or fully straight men in like the VTuber category. But there are a lot of straight dudes. I'm a straight dude that's a single dad of 2 kids, 32 years old. Are you single and waiting to mingle, dude? Is that what's happening here? Chat, he's available. Okay, these should be 1 layer here. 100 layer below. Nah, I like the single life. I don't blame you, dude. I'm with you. It's very stress-free. Life gets busy when you're in a relationship. My life's busy enough. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I could probably actually just be single my entire life, and I don't think it would make me miserable at all. I think I'm an exception, though. I don't think it's, like, the norm. But I do feel like, you know... I don't feel that, the strong urge for, like, cohabitation or whatever. I'm not very codependent. I'm, like, the opposite, actually. Turns out all my chatters are men. I think that's sort of... You know what? I like being lonely, not gonna lie. Do you? I feel like using the term lonely kind of just, like, straight up just means that you're not, like, happy being lonely. I feel like if you liked being lonely, you wouldn't call it lonely. You'd just say alone. You know? I think... To get back to what I was saying, Nancy, I think the nature of Twitch in itself, especially as a faceless VTuber, is if you're a dude, you're gonna draw in a lot of ladies. Especially if you're a dude with like a traditionally like masculine voice, you'll probably draw in a lot of ladies. And if you're a lady, you'll probably draw in a lot of dudes. I think that's just kind of the way it is. I would really be curious to do like polls because Twitch doesn't give you any gender data. It tells me like what regions you guys are from. But it doesn't give me like any sort of information around like whether you're a boy or a girl. I was in an abusive and controlling relationship for 8 years and she cheated a lot, so I'm good. Yeah, I feel you, dog. Guys, I got a bit of a headache. Maybe I need to drink more water. Ugh. Hydrate? Oh, yeah. Dog, it's only lonely because I'm an only child. Okay. Alright, bro. I guess it's weird. I exist sort of in the middle child role as well as like the eldest because I never lived with my sister because she had moved out like really young. Like when she was like 17, she had already got an apartment. She was living with her boyfriend or her mom at the time, and so I never lived with my sister. And I grew up with my brother who's younger than me, so I feel like I have more like elder child energy, but I am technically like a middle child. Any of you guys like only children? By the way, I will judge you hard if you are, but I am curious. I usually bug my dad or my mom to hang out, but I have a few friends that I consider family. That's good. I feel like it's very rare when people are like close with their parents. So I think it's an admirable thing to have, you know, a close relationship with your parents. No, I have two older brothers. Kimdo, that kind of makes sense. You definitely strike me as like a girl with elder brothers. I have older siblings and a younger sister, but I never lived with my older sister and older brother. Unlurk? Is that allowed? I'll allow it, I guess. How you doing, Nox? Welcome back. Damn, boobs are back. That's true, actually. I've been giving you guys titties for too long. We gotta. This is probably why my shoulder hurts, bro. My fucking giant melons are hanging out. Let me stabilize some shit. Thanks for the reminder. Guys, I'm gonna stretch my pec. I can still see you guys and interact with you. I'm just gonna be not directly at my computer. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go self-isolate in the Shadow Realm while I go and buy some stuff from the store. Your thing, big dog. I don't know if I'll still be here when you're back, but we'll see. It has been 4 hours. Crazy it's been 4 hours. So bye-bye, Jadu. Back-breaking breasties. Yeah. No, IRL, I can't relate because my tits aren't fat, but my shoulders do ache, and so does my back, so you don't need big melons to struggle. I'm going to because I have a headache. That sucks, bro. Don't forget to drink water or whatever. Ugh. I'm still stretching. I feel like I probably should take the rest of the day off from drawing. Oh, okay. It's so crazy how stiff my shoulder feels right now. I don't know why. I slept funny maybe? I don't know. It's not my bad shoulder, so it's very odd. I've been stretching a lot more lately, so maybe that's why. I'm gonna make this face sort of look down, I think, instead of having it look up. Bye-bye, my loves. Bye-bye, dear ist. Ooh. I might wrap up at like the 4.5 hour mark, guys. We'll see. We'll see how we're going. What up, Leo? Leo, you're torn between Twitch and YouTube. Which do you prefer? You seem to be on YouTube more. Shout out to me streaming on YouTube, by the way. If you guys want to help me get monetized on YouTube, check me out there right now. We're live. Let me get my viewership up. But I see you pop between the two. Do you have a preference? If you want to watch on YouTube. If you're stuck in ads right now, YouTube's a good place to be, because there's no ads if you have ad block. I'm usually on YouTube because I'm trying to help. It's also just in case ads pop up, but I missed the dino. I feel you, dog. I do appreciate it, by the way. It has helped a little bit. We've been getting our watch time up. It really is the watch time number that's the most important for, like, monetization on YouTube. I don't think I'm gonna make, like, the like, 4,000 hour requirement, but we'll try. What's a good facial expression I could practice? I feel like I always draw sort of the same sort of angle and tilt and all that stuff. I don't exactly have a preference, but I had an old YouTube channel before, and I used to do live streams. I deleted the channel because I was too cringed out. I've been lurking a lot. Hope Snack is good. I'm good, dude. I'm good. Today's a good day. Tomorrow's the men's hockey Olympic final, so hopefully we win, because otherwise I'm going to be incredibly grumpy during tomorrow's stream. I'm just kidding. I'm not one of those guys who, like, carries, like, a sports loss into my personal life. But it is going to suck, especially to the Americans. No offense, Americans, but... Hey, Snack! Hey, Chain! What up, dude? You gonna watch the game tomorrow morning? You always seem to show up when I'm talking about hockey. Maybe. Maybe, bro. There won't be another Olympic for 4 years. At least not one that involves hockey. You got it, dude. You can't let this slip. It's one of those things where it feels like, you know, it's like an intimidating thing to do on your own, especially if you don't have any friends going out to a bar at like 8 a.m., which is crazy, by the way. But I guarantee you, you won't regret it. It's going to be high energy. It's going to be fun. There's a snowstorm in Halifax. I'm thinking about going out or not. That's fair. There's probably bars near you, though. Is that true? I'm going to be saying that from now on. Whenever a lady complains to me, I'm going to remind them of what this lady said. Hikaru Tada, you're so based. She gets me. Wait, do you have a favorite thing to draw? Probably faces. If you can't tell. Probably faces from imagination. Yeah, that checks out. Thank you. The issue though is I try and avoid same face syndrome, and if you look at this head and this head, I got a lot of same face syndrome going on right now. It's like bothering me. Fuck. Jaxold, how you doing, dog? Welcome in. I missed a couple other follows, I think. Oh no, I didn't. I got them. I got them all. I got them all. The perfect streamer. I'm scared to draw a certain character because I have a friend who saw my first design for a specific character and she didn't stop simping for like months. That sounds awesome. You don't want your friends simping for your characters, bro? I mean, it's kind of weird, I guess, but... Dino Kitty, thank you for the 2 months, bro. #1 fan. Lil Supernova, yay, I did the thing. What thing is that? Are you doing something about your cough? My cough. My cough. Do I have a cough right now that I'm not aware of? Are you gaslighting me, bro? I don't mind it, but she sends me voice notes of her barking. This sounds like the perfect friend. I don't know. Is this a complaint? What is going on right now? My cough. My cock. Are you just old? Dude, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Stop trying to gaslight me. It's not gonna work. I did the PNG tuber and figured out the OBS stuff. Oh shit, nice, dude. Did it work? I assume it does. I'm definitely just like same face syndroming this guy. It's basically the same dude right now. I just did that. I do like that angle though. Does anyone else hear when he occasionally coughs or am I tripping? Oh, it's probably just me clearing my throat. Like going like... or something like that. I'm just a phlegmy boy. You're gonna make me self-conscious. Now I'm gonna stop clearing my throat. Because you guys got me yapping so much, dude. My throat's so dry. It is a complaint, because each time I start drawing other OCs, she slides into my DM asking for more of a specific character. Just charge her money, bro. You got the perfect formula. Supply and demand. You got the demand, you just gotta supply. You gotta use your grind bro brain, dude. Leo, come on. You're leaving money on the table. Milk your friend for money. That cough? It could just be like a weird tick. I don't know. I don't think I do it regularly. Maybe it's just because I'm on stream. My throat does get pretty irritated from like talking a lot. I don't know, like I can't do a lot of vocal ranges. Like even like, you know, my obviously my my notification sound when somebody follows where I'm like coughing at the end. It's because my voice strains really easily. I don't know if it's something to do with like do you yap at work? Do you do calls and shit? Not really. Not really. I'm relatively independent. It's mostly like emails and stuff. I have felt like I was a little congested this week, so it could be that too. Like my throat feels particularly dry today. I just need to figure out the audio to do the gaming stuff. There you go. I used to do call center work, and at the end of the day, I'd be so strange just from talking all day. Oh, yeah. That's for sure like a real thing with Twitch. When I first started, it's like a muscle though. Because when I first started, it was so much worse. I feel like I developed the endurance to talk for hours straight just from streaming. But when I first started streaming, it was like really rough. After like an hour, I was like, dude, my throat like kills. Once I get the design down, I could probably show them to you. Do it, bro. You actually might be onto something. I know I am. Milk your friend. That's right. This is Snack's advice to you guys. If you have friends, milk them. Milk all of your friends. You know what I gotta do to make him not feel like this guy? I just gotta flip him. Boom. It's now a new guy. He's all the way over here. Your PNG tuber's frozen? It's because Riri hurt my feelings, dude. Alright, let me reset his ass. I don't think it's gonna like I have to reset the whole thing. Give me 2 seconds here. You can milk anything with titties. Snack. Did I say that? I don't think I said the titties part. I think that's all imagination, Dino Kitty. I think that's all in your head. You guys are freaks, dude. I'm telling you. We were talking earlier about how all the horniest people in chat are all the ladies. No, but you meant it? Uh-huh. I think you're projecting. If you want to milk titties, dude, I'm not going to stop you. Milk away. To your heart's content, even. I encourage you. What am I doing right now? Oh yeah, I'm resetting my PNG tuber. Have you ever seen Castlevania? Because the character you're currently working on reminds me of Carmilla. I have seen Castlevania. I knew Carmilla's the white-haired lady, right? I know who you're talking about. This is a fella, but I can see the resemblance. Mostly with the middle part or whatever. Did someone say milking titties? Oh my god, down boy. Where's my spray bottle? You really need a spray bottle? I know. The worst part is I gave this guy power. Jadu. Titty talks like the bat signal for me. I get it too. I hold myself to a higher standard, you know? I fight the urge to goon out on stream. Because unfortunately, whatever I say is forever. Horny bonk redeem when? It was actually, I think, one of the first, like, emotes I was gonna do was, like, a spray bottle. Because, believe it or not, guys, when I started streaming, people were way hornier. It was, like, fucking crazy, dude. I was like, god damn. You ever see that meme of, like, that deer being, like, torn apart by, like, brown wolves? That's what it felt like streaming every day. Okay? I was just an innocent, pure little man. Getting torn apart by horny ladies. Do a jiggle? Shit. Bro, you got titties on the brain. So innocent, so pure. Okay, for the record, I did not commission this. I did not ask for this. This is all boba. And I don't know why it's not working right now. I know it is. I paid boba for the actual, like, PNG tuber and everything. And then he just did this out of the goodness of his heart and was like, here. I was like, thanks, dude. I'll take that. I'm not paying you for it, though. I think the bat signal for me is older fictional men. Oh shit, I see some hearts getting spammed. We got Ian. Ian's lurking. I know your ass is lurking in there, Ian. The bat signal for you is older fictional men, huh? At least according to my homies, they wouldn't be wrong. I cannot relate. There's Ian. There he is. Ian, show yourself. What are you doing, big guy? Don't hide over there behind the emote. My guy frozen again? I am, aren't I? It crashed out again. Why? Decided to unpaint the boy. Yeah, I don't really like the direction. I'm gonna restart another time. I gotta restart this stupid PNG tuber. The titums were too powerful, so it crashed. That must be it. Okay, let me restart this thing again. You must keep up abreast of your PNG memory malfunctions. That's true. They are malfunctioning right now. They're loading very slowly, too. Who's the big dude? This guy? It's Surus from the Order of Whatever. I should clean him up, and then I got Gret from Who's Evil and shit. I haven't really finalized anything on these guys yet. Right now, I'm just sort of doing my comfort stuff and just drawing faces. I'm gonna actually delete this face because I dislike it quite a bit. Once I can find the layer. I've been practicing my animation. Head pats, please, because I wanted to rage quit several times, but I'm not a quitter, so I pressed on. Hell yeah, dude. Didn't Gret have horns? He used to. This was his old design that I didn't like. I tried a bunch of different clothing iterations, and I was like, I don't like any of these. And so I just kind of redid him. A little bit more punk rock and a little bit more evil looking. And I like that direction a little more. So I'm going to keep exploring that in my own time, but... Greta... Yeah. Greta Thunberg. He's rad, I like. Very nice, you likey. The hair's cool as hell. Thanks, I don't do mohawks very often, so I was like, you know what? Whatever. I'm trying to be more diverse with my hairstyles. Especially, like, long hair. I typically don't do a lot of long hair. And so, you know, I've been trying to do more long hair lately. He did, but Snack regretted it. Guys, the more Gret jokes you guys make, the less likely I have to keep that name. You can bully me into changing the name. I will be clear about that. Chat, I think it's almost time to end stream. I said I was going to end at the 4.5 hour mark. I wasn't lying. I forget when I hate to when I forget to I hate when I forget to flip flop as I work and then I do it at the end and the face is totally lopsided. Is that what you call flipping your canvas? Flip flopping? I flip flop so much, dude. It's probably like an actual compulsion at this point. Okay, guys. Let's raid out. Who should we raid? We could raid Young Khan because he was hanging out in here earlier. Let's just raid Young Khan. We keep it simple. Thanks for stream. No worries, guys. I'll see you tomorrow after the hockey game, and hopefully I'll be in an awesome mood because Canada's going to win gold. Bye-bye, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Oh my god. Oh my god. There we go.